Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Wow. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Narix. Hi, Bread Talk. Hi, Dragon Colony. Hi, Gaiatan. I promise I will know how to pronounce that name someday. And hi, Selig. Hope you are doing good. And hope you are having a nice weekend. It is weekend. It's Saturday. What's that I saw? Kobo on the menu? You right? I think once Rollins drew that. And it's like, oh. And this one. I don't know how the others taste, but 红烧牛肉面 stewed beef noodle is a must order. And then this is the 红烧牛肉面 and you 清炖牛肉面 满汉牛肉面 Wait. Am I back? I think I am. We back? Okay. I don't get it. My connection is still good. Nothing dropped though. Nothing dropped. Also, hi Ice Thunder. Yep. Hong Sao. That's the artist. Hi Rollins. Oh my god, Hong Sao. I think Hong Sao is stew, right? I think so. Hi Jameson. Lock and Stone Bolt. I ordered one Kobo, by the way, purple. Extra purple? I think I'm extra purple. Oh my god. I woke up super early today and I'm very eepy. I think I woke up at about 7 in the morning so that I can join the Celeste VR chat group hangout again. And it's nice to work up my courage and join them again. It was really nice this morning. All in all, I had a really good time there. Like this morning, really nice. I love hanging out with them. And also because of that, I also found out there's something in VR chat that I really love to do, which I probably will do after after playing DRG for a bit, or for a lot actually. And yeah, it is. I found that I should play that more, right? So at the end of the Celeste hangout, there is a fishing in VR chat that is like really nicely done too, right? I saw that, I played it, I was like, I can spend 10 hours in this map. Oh no! I wanted to fish more, but I had to leave this morning. It's like, oh fuck. because well, my second sister went out and then the nephew is at home. No one cares about him, right? So then my mom wakes up and it's like, oh well, I guess that girl went out again and dumped his kid at home again. So it's like, oh, I guess I have to wake up too. Well, wake up because my family doesn't know that my family doesn't know that I'm awake. And then in a VR chat group, right? I don't want to let them know, obviously. Love the Kobo mod for DRG. I made it work last night. Thank God I did, because it took a while. So, yeah. The Kobo mod is great. The fish mod is amazing, right? It's so well done. I thought it's gonna be like some jank fishing, but no, it's actually like fully fledged, well developed, amazing scenery of a map. Like it really is. For golden scales, we're rich. We're rich. Okay, I'm just glad that the Kobo mod still works, because it doesn't look like it's getting updated anymore. But so long as it works, I got no complaints. Right? Here is a Deep Rock Galactic. Wow. Deep Rock cool. Also, oh yeah, I forgot about the thing. The Masanta Stories trailer. Give me a second, let us watch it together. I think it's this one. Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of me. I didn't know PlayStation is a fucking jump scare. Alright, here we go. This is the... Yeah, I don't think I can buy it though, but... I was about to say, if you forget again. What dragon going to do, huh? Dragon cannot do anything. Oh. I'm gonna be a brat Kobo. Oh. Oh, jeez.
Years ago, Mother returned home carrying a crystallized egg. Inside that egg were 2 living Rathalos.
2 living Rathalos.
I remember how happy I was when I heard 2 newborn cries, so small yet so full of life. Now this time I eschewed my royal duties and tried to push any thoughts of my mother from my mind. All of that has brought me here. My mother, Simon, and even Ratha. I know nothing about them. I can't stand it anymore.
We've borne witness to the Rathalos' return from extinction. And with it, the sort of omen we can ill afford to ignore.
I've learned of all the lives lost in the Rift War.
Angry kitty?
Then perhaps he's told you that the war 200 years ago was the source of all these feral monsters.
They're coming! The Vermilions betrayed us!
It's the hell they faced 200 years ago all over again.
And a sky-scale Rathalos, no less. What did we do to deserve this?
Oh, Eleanor. I'd heard Azuria had made a hostage of you, but I never imagined they'd take your spirit as well.
Oh shit.
Will only harm our people and further endanger our kingdom. You know that as well as I do, Clarissa.
This isn't Ranger business. One wrong move, and it can all blow up into a diplomatic incident.
I've been prepared for this my whole life, Captain. I swear I'll win, so just watch me.
Okay, let's get going. Counting on you for backup, Captain.
We'll take that beast down this time, right, lad?
This is you we're talking about. I just know you're gonna offer to help with my other work.
There must be a path forward without bloodshed. Don't you
no
think so?
hammer?
We've all got your back, so stand tall. We know you can do this.
2 centuries ago, our ancestors committed a grave sin. We have to accept these transgressions. And as riders, it's our responsibility to right these wrongs.
Oh my god. That was the best 0.5 seconds. The best 0.5 seconds was the Malzino showing up. Martino.
Simon!
Simon! Oh. Kitty has mega power? Kitty is actually who's lightning? Reitao? No, yellow lightning. Zinogre? Maybe Rudy is Zinogre. Longsword is Monster Hunter Stories 3 kinda OP. It kinda is. With the thing, the stance and stuff. Especially the lunge stance. The counter stance is okay, but lunge? Oof. Very, very nice. Or you can transfer save data to the full game? Very cool. What? Animated trailer? Is this like an anime? It's from official Monster Hunter. What is this? Egu? Wow. Actual anime? Oh.
It's only just been born. Just stay calm and treat it kindly.
Pet on dragon. Big mouth. I cannot believe Yen Cuckoo is so cute. God damn it.
I know there's something more beyond that vast sky.
Your Highness! Let's get to it!
Good luck on your first mission. Thanks.
Thanks. Oh my god, Pet Dragon.
Almost time. This world is full of so many mysteries.
Why is the word on the top and bottom right? Oh my god, can we have a can we have an animated like can we have an anime like this? Like can we have anime of Monster Hunter Stories? No? No? Alex Lee? Wait, isn't this the Street Fighter Luke? I think this is Luke, no? The last bit of Rudy is mostly speculation. But people assume that Rudy is one of Naviru's kids / descendant. Not Naviru, hi. Why Naviru? Just put that kitty away, hi. Trailer reviews every companion has an alternate monster, like Thea getting a power monster in God's Harag. Oh. Remember, Longsword's always been a power weapon in Monster Hunter series, either able to sustain their DPS hitting like a freight train or otherwise being stronger than normal to a huge degree. Maybe. We do have a Monster Hunter Stories anime. Real? Holy shit. At least not in Monster Hunter Stories and 2. Yeah, 1 and 2 is not that... Well, at least 2 is not that strong. 2, every weapon seems viable. 3 feels like we need Longsword to do most of the damage. I mean, sure, Gunlance could be a lot painful, but it's like a huge burst of damage. It's not as like a strong DPS like Longsword. Longsword seems seems like super duper powerful in Monster Hunter Stories 3. Man, back to back AI Spirit Slash are powerful. It is. Sword and Shield for Longsword. Oh yeah, wait, there wasn't a Longsword in the previous game, right? It was Sword and Shield, you're right. The severing weapon is Great Sword and Shield. And then the rest is same, right? We have Hunting Horn and Hammer as the blunt weapon. And then Bow and Gunlance as the piercing weapon. Ah, I already forgot. Holy shit. SNS a beauty? I don't remember how SNS plays. I don't even remember how Monster Hunter Stories 2 is played. I just know that I'm pissed most of the time playing that game towards the end. Because my brain hurts just thinking about everything that's going on. And then I have to keep track of everything that's going on. And I have to look at all the little hints that's gonna happen in the next turn. It's like, oh, yeah, too much. Right, very painful, but it was still a good time because I get to ride a lot of big dragons. So I'll take it, right? I'll take it. Anyways, we have Deep Rock Galactic. It's time to get shiny. Just play a Pokemon? Hiya, Pokemon, I could just bring 6 dragon type Pokemon and win ma. But then Monsanto Story 2 is different. You have to like actually fine tune your team so that you can hopefully win against one big monster towards the end. It's crazy. And then you have to memorize every turn of what the monster's going to do. Yeah, that's also painful. Gosh, I haven't played Deep Rock Galactic in such a long time. I'm actually kind of scared of putting Deep Rock Galactic as the category, but eh. Your teammate got infinite potions, so don't worry. Oh, but then if I get one shot, they cannot use the potion anymore, right? Swedish game? Oh, wait, is this a Swedish game? Wow. Hi, Meat. Hi, Marmalade. The Meat Marmalade. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have mods. I have the Kobo mod working, I'm pretty sure. God, I already forgot how to play this game. Coffee Stain are Swedish, so I'm just guessing. I mean, if Coffee Stain is Swedish, then this sounds like a Swedish game, no? Master Story should replace your heart. Not at the hard fights. Not during the fights with the feral monsters. I'm pretty sure, because if it does, then I wouldn't be losing as hard. Why is there no sound? What the heck? Why are you playing sound through my fucking speaker? Okay, there we go, thank you. Why are you playing sound through me? Why all the redeems out of stock? Most. Because I'm not using my 3D model, so... Wait, no. I didn't put the 3D model stuff here, did I? Oh, wait. Did I... Oh yeah, I paused them, right? I paused them. I didn't disable them. Yeah, the 3D model stuff does not work, so that's why. Only a handful of them is like working. So sorry about that, but also hi Vergans. Published by Swedish Coffee Stain. Danish studio. Hey, thanks for the 3 strings, Trick. Is that jazz going on in the background? I'm Kobo. Why is the chin screech there? Maybe I need to put myself a little bit to the right. That should do. I'm gonna go deep in cave to get all those treasure. Very Kobo, much Kobo. I know, right? Maybe I should play Driller, no? I can never play Gunner or Scout. Scout, I have PTSD, honestly.
Fueled up and ready to go.
Game is very soft, actually. Scout is good? Yeah, not when people are shouting at me. It was such a painful situation when I first tried out Scout. It's like, oh my god, chill. I don't know how to play Scout, and then people are shouting at me because I don't know how to play Scout. It's like crazy. I don't know why there's balloon everywhere, but I still want to kick everything. I forgot how good this is.
Please just let the barrels be. As fun times go, there are better options available.
Oh, why is they getting automated? It's okay, I'll allow that. I think that word is fine. Fumbling? I don't know. Isn't fumbling just kind of... touching but more, question mark? Wanna dip boobs and milk? I hear smooth jazz. Yeah, apparently there's smooth jazz going on. Which do kobolds like more, boobs, belly rubs, or ear fondling? All of them? Can I say all of them? Alright, how do you play this game already? I don't know. By this, I have so much. No, 69 savings. I have to buy it.
Suckers! Why can't I stop doing this?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, this isn't happening.
Whoa.
Fucking pieces!
Oh yeah, I have profanity mod on, so some of the swearing is not voiced, so you will hear dwarf from time to time. Like they will say fuck, shit, or something like that because of mod. Why do I have that? Don't ask me, I don't know. He needs some milk. 69? 69 is great. Just realized this is the second time my message had to be checked and approved for that word. I guess all the mod is being like... It's being like strict. But then again, all the mod did help my channel a few times. So I hope you don't mind. I'll definitely like check out the messages when they got all the modded. And if there's no ill will or anything like that on anything bad, I'll just approve it. So it can be a little bit troublesome, I understand, but it's fine, I think. Alright, what do we have? How do I play this game already? Heavy weapon. Corrosive sludge pump. Ooh, I like this color. Protein disruption mix. Protein molecules in goo mix made it more rigid and harder for creatures to move through grain, increasing enemy slowdown both directly and
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wow. Hi, Cunning. Oh my god, how do you read that word? Fluoroantimonic acid. Yeah. How do you even read that? How do you even read that? New improved goo recipe with very aggressive properties makes every second in it more hellish. Oh, so it kills faster? This one slow down? I don't know if this is like good. I'm gonna get drowned. Oh yeah, I saw a lot of people playing Slay the Spire too. It even has like multiplayer already implemented in the base game, which is great.
Making it look right takes time.
I guess I can start with an easy mission because I already forgot how to play this game. Oh yeah, this is the medical bay. I have enough points to use Hydrate 40 times? Well, you're gonna drown the couple. Multiplayer is chaos? Sounds good. Okay, which map is the easiest? Kobo? Wait, isn't it like a series of missions? Yeah. Weekly core hunt? License upgrade M1000 Classic? But shouldn't I be doing this? Extra credits, random crafting minerals. Yeah, this sounds good. Let's do it. Here? On-site refining. Oh, it's liquid morkite. Oh no. I already forgot how to play this game. If complexity 2, might as well make it 5. Hi, Sarah. Welcome. What is this? Matera plague? And parasite? Parasite. More threat in the mission. Welcome.
From the air, the caves are full of Mactera. Oh, Mactera is the flying one. Oh crap. I'm not gonna play that anyway, so... Something's eating creatures from the inside out. You'll go after you as soon as their hosts die. Ooh. Am I playing a horror game? Don't know. I guess I can try tree. Dangerous? How dangerous can it be, right? Let's do hazard tree. If I die, I die, alright? It's been years. My last play was literally 2 years ago. So I think it should be fine. I think my PC is not exploding from this as well. I should turn down a little bit of the RAM fix. Oh. Oh, it needs that? Well, the game does look shit here, but... I hope my PC doesn't explode. Yeah, upscaling requires this. Let's try quality. Yeah, that looks slightly better. Has 2 is much safer. If you haven't played in a while, I return from ads. Oh, welcome back. And thanks for watching the ads, even though it's like painful. I'll try Hazard 3. If I die, I die. Then I'll play Hazard 2 then. Wait, don't I need to drink first? Like a Monster Hunter meal? Okay, I can run. Monster Hunter meal. 3? Oh my god, 3, of course. Give me Glee Feet Slammer. What? It's free.
Lloyd,
Oh
how
my
about
god.
some Glyphid Slammers? Don't worry, I won't feed it to Steve this time.
Okay, the Kobo's are loud. Characters volume slightly lesser. The tunnel rat is for work? Work? You're Lloyd, right? Glee Feet Slammer, so do I kill bugs easier now? Yeah. Wait, this is Counter-Strike throwing. If I hold back and throw it, it has the momentum still. It gives a buff? Oh, okay. Does this still work? Oh no, I still went in. The one on top of the list? Oh, it's only that one that gives buff? Weird. I'm scared. I feel like I'm gonna die 10 times over. Let's go, Kobo! Oh yeah, I already have the performance on. Okay.
Let's show DRG how the Kobolds do it! Let me hear you shout for the pack!
What is that?
Scanners have located several huge deposits of liquid morkite.
Oh my god, I actually forgot to play this game entirely. How?
Locate the wells of liquid morkite,
see?
set up
No.
pipelines, and pump it all back
V
to the
shout.
refinery. Good luck.
Wait, no, wait. Chill, I don't know how to like... F, okay, F. Chain. That's the thing that I need, right? F, okay. This is also the thing that I need. What is that? I'm shooting it, I don't know what it is. Oh my god, yours fast. What? Osiran Bone Collector. That's a new one that I've never seen before. Nut. Oh, Bone Collector, yeah, right. I just happen to miss my every single shot because I know how to play shooty bang bang games. Oh right, I have this. I cannot use the drill on gold and nitra, right? Why is there soil here? I remember I can do that at least. Love the loot bug. Ding.
That had to hurt.
You can only drill terrain, dig in the soil? Okay. Sorry? Oh, secret!
There's a deposit of osmium nearby. Put your back into it and mine it all. We advise caution though. Osirans are known to nest in these tunnels.
What, I hurt? Oh nice, it doesn't hurt me. Assume? 哎呀，不要这样啊，吓死人哦！喂。
Why do we keep coming down here? Is that all? I can smack you with my tail if I wanted to.
It's a damn horror game. I swear to God.
Die, worthless crystal!
Is this not the thing? Aye. What is this gun? What is this gun?
I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now.
Well, I don't know what this gun does, but I'm doing it.
Why not? There's some osmium to pick up down there, team. Get the rest of it and stick it in the mule.
Mule? Oh, C 什么? How do I get the mule again? Or is there no mule here?
Stay close to me, Bosco.
Wait, how do I get the mule? Is there no mule? Do I have to run to somewhere? That thing, right? I think. Oh yeah, liquid morkite doesn't have mule, I think. I have to. Oh my god, this is pain. You have to go to the platform? Oh my god. Can Bosco get this?
Stick with me, boy.
No. What's the button to call
I already
Bosco?
miss calling out her name. Gold for the bull!
Oi!
Okay, I got that out of my system.
Wait. Control?
Show me how you lift, Bosco.
Okay, okay. I'm learning.
Fuck!
Fuck! Why are you like this? I'm just trying to get something done. You can let Bosco carry one? Thank God I remember I can use that. This is gonna take 10 years. But it's a new thing, so why not? Nature. I can throw, right? Okay, that's pretty good. Here, Bosco, let me take it. Thank you. Can I get back up? I don't know if I can, but I did it anyway.
I can't hold any more of this.
Shit. Come on, you're a Kobo. You're supposed to be able to grab more.
Bag's full. Can't carry anymore.
Glorified Aquark Fetcher for a reason. There's something here, right? The green shiny thing. I think it's like another big one. Yeah. How do I close the light again? Q? Oh, Q 是换武器. I don't know how to close the light.
Time to earn your paycheck, team. Got a doozy of a swarm underway.
Fuck. Oh my god, the amount of loot books here. Oh yeah, the music is so good. I forgot. That's why I'm using a 20%. Yeah, might be a little bit too loud though.
Lock and load.
Okay then. Alright, here we go.
Worthless crystal!
Nicky Picky. Help.
Oh yes, say my name!
Uh-oh, big one. Yeah. You like Dinami? Oh. What happened? Oi. This gun is way too strong though. Fuck! Oh, hi Evie.
No more beasties incoming. Take care of what is left, then have a breather.
Stay by my side, Steve! For the best!
Oh, too late. I wanted Steve. I forgot I can have Steve. Tira pretty? What? This is fine, right? How do I call for things again? I need more bullet. Oh yeah, supply drop. I don't have enough for supply drop yet. Okay, deposit. Okay, I'm learning still. Yeah.
You know, as scary as Hoxie's can be, I'm just glad there's no bears here.
5 if supply. Oh, okay. I'll drink water. I want that gold. There's also many shiny things. This is the thing that I need to do, right?
You're out.
And then this is heal.
Oh yeah.
Did they have like a solo difficulty so that it's more balanced? Oh my god. I don't feel as overwhelmed as I remembered. Get some nitra first, the red stuff. Okay. This thing.
I don't got room for any more.
Oh. Oh, I already seen 3 of them, I think. The liquid orchid thing.
Whoa, you smell that? Payday.
Payday. Give me the shiny. Woohoo. All right. Alright. I should be back, I think. Yeah. Reconnection successful. Okay, okay. Also, hi Lexi. Sorry about that. Don't want to pop in to say drift on into space? Never mind, see you next Big Bang. I don't know why the connection really bad today. I didn't do anything. It's okay, at least I'm back, I think.
Jack has arrived and is in place. Now to get it all set up.
Shame. Dang. Oi.
Music to my ears. Drop the damn acid spitter. You.
Hmm? Oh. There's one more there. I think I should gather as much as possible. What do I need to do with this again? Crap. Okay, there's one up here. So I can... Where am I going? I hear the thing, but I don't see it. Oh, I got it too accurate, actually.
Well located. Send us the pump jack, please.
Pump jack requested and is inbound.
Go on then.
Pump jack's just arrived. Now to hook it up to the refinery.
Okay. From here to there, this is gonna take like 10 years now. Whoa. Oh.
Swarm on a direct intercept course. Get ready.
Fuck!
Fuck. Do I have ammo still? A little bit.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
I got this. Wait, I need that. Steve. No, that's not Steve. Got him. What's there? I should probably kill it first, no?
Surprise! Ah, what? Afraid to fight us now that your warden is gone? Well, stiff! Deep really needs to provide some better stuff. Jammed! Give me cover!
Thanks, Bosco. Wait, I've nade.
Breathe easy, ya freaks!
Hang in there. The wave is almost dealt with. Dispatch whatever's left.
Nade.
Passing gas! Come on, I had to. Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit!
Oh right, they died too. Chat, don't look. Don't look. Oh my god, they're dying because of me. I'm stupid. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, the bug. I didn't look. I didn't realize they can breathe in the gas too.
Yeah, bag's full. Can't carry anymore.
Alright, we go. More nitra.
Depositing!
Oh!
No good! Help! Help me!
Right, I have that skill. I forgot. Yeah, Deep Rock is a horror game, like, come on. Come on. Spooky. Look at all of you. Alright, so we have two, right? Control can see. The pump. Oh yeah, one there, one there. There should be one more around here, no? Oh yeah, it's over there. This one should be easy to get to, no?
We got one. Send us that pump jack now.
Pump jack launched. Stay clear from the impact zone.
There's so many nuts here.
Bullseye! Pump jack is now in place.
What's that? Oh.
All right. The new coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner.
Terrain what now? Oh yeah?
I
Ah, yeah.
Nothing more than raw sewage now.
Fuck it! I'm jammed!
What is this? Anniversary trophy? Nah. Oh my god, I think that landed perfectly. Well, almost. And the flying nut. Yeah.
Never felt better. Slam dunk!
Oh.
One more year, another cargo shuttle loses its cargo in the caves. Unbelievable. Well done, miners. Performance point bonus is active.
Nice.
Resupply on its way!
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
Oh, I did it.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
They should call a supply drop. I did.
Resupplies here! Everybody load up and patch up! Alright, loading back up.
Uh-oh.
Damn it!
Fucking pieces!
Oh, I don't know why they're just staying there. Okay, now I need to get to the liquid pump jack, right? Got him.
Fucking pieces!
I need to connect it from here, right? Yeah, this one.
Construction underway.
Oh, oh. Too long? I mean, I guess there's one way up here. I'm scared.
Like building my own theme park on Oxus. The dangerous theme park ever.
Oh, that's perfect. And I can grind back? Nice.
You know what's funny? Traditional dwarves always build things to last. I guess corporate dwarves think differently. There we go. I wonder if that's...
Scanner's got a blimp the size of a drop pod. Brace for swarm, team.
Oh. I'm building things though. Oh, the fish doesn't work anymore.
Don't work too hard, guys. These things
I'm not scared because there's many dragons. Alright, get back.
Pipeline successfully connected to pump jack.
Ooh, gold. Oh,
Oh yeah! Now things are getting fun!
these are the small ones, so I'm pretty sure if I just stay here I'll be fine, huh?
Highly flammable gas! Yep, I'm completely out! Careful.
Oh wait, that's steep.
Can't resist the cuteness!
Guess I'm slowly remembering how to play this game. Good job, Steve. Good job. They can also let Bosco build the pipes. Oh, can Bosco build the pipes? Holy shit. Yeah, good job, Steve. Buy them. Love you, Steve. One blade.
Passing the gas!
Okay, now we need...
A little bit for me, a little bit for my friend here. Churning it like butter.
Oh! One there. One... Wait, what? No, that's the one that I did. Oh, one there. One behind. Wow, that one's very far. Let's do this one first. I want that gold. Or maybe I can just... Yeah, see? That's a lot easier now. It's pretty much just a one straight line. I think gold is, yeah, somewhere around here. Must have shiny. Nice. Right, let's build the pipe. Not this one. This one.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Too steep? Oh. I think that should do.
It's all coming together.
Oh my god, I'm the best. And then I can...
Right over there.
No? Oh, does it have to be like at that place? This one?
Can you give me a hand building this, please, Bosco?
Ah. Okay, that one's done. No, it's that one, right? Thank you, Bosco. Oh, wait, there's more gold. must have gold.
Second pump jack connected. You're almost there.
Oh. I'm sorry?
No more.
Let's deposit it. Many gold. Hey, if it works, it works. Might need some work here. That should be good enough.
Steve, you're the best.
Oh.
Right place.
Too long. I'll build this one.
You guys are all pitching in, right? I'm not just the only one doing this? Just making sure. Built to work, but not to last. Just like DRG intended.
Nice.
All pipelines and pump jacks built. We're ready to start extracting the liquid morkite. Return to the refinery and start up the pump sequence. Bunker up, team. Swarm incoming.
Feels like I'm missing a lot of like materials.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Let's start it.
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him.
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
The liquid morkite is being extracted. Refinery and all pump jacks are working at full capacity. Be warned, the noise will draw in the locals, so stay on your toes and do what you can to protect and maintain the equipment.
Yes.
Bugs, get ready.
Sorry to pass gas. One down, two down. Come on, I can do this.
Ooh, that's a new one.
Pump sequence at 25%.
Golden nitro. Wow, look on the bright side of things.
Ooh, they hurt.
The pipelines are leaking. Get on it. Get them fixed.
Slam dunk.
The stream of incoming enemies is practically eradicated, and you're still alive. Well done.
Repairing pipeline.
Pipeline functional again. However, we still have malfunctions in the system.
Oh, come on, you crates. Just give up already.
I killed a lot of loot bugs there. Oh.
I don't think I'll ever get bored of exploring these tunnels.
This one. Hey, what? Don't bully the pipes. What the heck? Oh my god.
Gassing them out!
Hope they like gas. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah.
You fixed the problem. Everything's running smoothly again.
I want this.
Okay, collecting ammunition. I feel rejuvenated.
The refinery is attracting the bugs. Hold the line while the pump sequence continues.
Munching on this tail.
We're halfway through the pump sequence. Liquid morkite is being refined.
Oh, ow, hey. Who was that?
It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxin. Oh yeah! I'll never get tired of killing these. I got the loop bug.
Pump sequence at 75%. Keep the pipelines running at all costs.
Sorry, loot bugs.
The extraction has stopped. Must be due to jammed pipelines. Get it fixed.
Loop bug pumped. Depositing minerals.
Wonder what that big one was. I already forgot. Don't bully the pipes, get out of here.
This pipeline is fixed, but you need to clear all malfunctions in order for the refinery to run.
Should be fine. So long as there's no time limit, it should be fine. What are you doing? Let's get back.
The extraction of liquid morkite is running again. Keep up the good work. We'll be done in no time. All the noise is pulling in the locals. Take them out before they gnaw up our pipelines. Supply drop has been ordered and is on the way.
Loading up for more destruction. Oh yeah!
Oh my god. Here we go.
Resupply run is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Nice, Steve.
See? I told you I'm good with animals.
What was that? Whoa.
Taste my might!
Oh, hi. There we go. Uh-oh.
That was loud! Okay, I got the loofah. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
Is that a boss? That's so hard to kill.
Fuck!
It seems to move around a lot as well.
Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters!
I want to kill that thing. I think I still got it. I mean, rusty, but it's fine. Wait.
Well done. Cargo rocket is returning to orbit. We're sending in the drop pod to get you out. Hang tight.
Where's the drop pod? Wait.
Okay, taking ammunition.
One more resupply before we go. Oh, I see a drop pod. Okay. Wait, how do I even get there?
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
I think this works. Oh yeah, it's just there. Heck yeah, easy.
Deadly neurotoxin. Oh yeah. My ears are still ringing. I'm feeling it dead for years.
One for the books. Retrieving escape pod.
Rolling straight face. It's a Kobo.
Easy. I think, I mean, Hexa tree is fine. I should drink. And Kobo or cat? I mean, no bias, but I like Kobo. Definitely no bias. That was 41 minutes? Oh my god, see? I told you I'm slow. Assume jet. Oh wait, that's the thing that I got. One is 500. I think I got all of them. Unless I forgot. Nice.
Good job. You're making good progress on your...
I could do this in my sleep.
What point? Can I buy all of them? Isn't there like a way to distribute the perk points? Oh, right. At the equipment screen, I think. This one? No? Oh, I already have. Okay. No, what is this then? Regain 5 health when you kill a medium-sized or larger creature with a melee. Oh. Yeah, I have this one. Is this good? With melee? Maybe not. An equipped weapon automatically reload after 5 seconds. Gain a 12% sprint speed boost. Effect activates after running for 4 seconds. 4? Melee attack it itself will take 24 damage. Ooh, tank! I like it. If you want, I can join you. Sure, heck yeah. Regain extra 30% health when you resupply. All elemental damage. Move 15% faster while carrying heavy objects. Ooh. I mean, vampire is only mid, I feel like. I like thorns. Let's get thorns. Lock and stun? Yeah, hi Oren. Wave Kuka. Oh, this is the one I have. Ooh, why is the gun like that? Supata. Pinpoint accuracy on the first shot and the reduced maximum spread. Expanded ammo bags. Overall damage of a weapon is increased. Oh my god, it loses so much max ammo. For 3 damage? Hiya.
Kobo is a good girl. Yip yip.
Wait. Sent you a friend request? Oh, let me... Oh, I thought we have friends on Steam. Yay, Tekken. Accepted. I don't know if you can just like join my room because my room is modded, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Oh, penetrations. Corrosive toxic catalyst. And causes the target affected by neurotoxins or corrosive slush to temporarily take more damage over time. Any biological target that dies while affected will violently explode, damaging everything in the vicinity. Boop. Boop. Gonna conk out. Boop. Before that. Boop. Wait. Boop. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Boop. 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 Oh my god. I've been very spoiled. Press to invite you. Okay, I will do that. I'll use a Supata. I don't know if Supata is good. Okay, we call so much energy may melt. I'm already melting. See. Oh, and why did I not see you here? What? Maybe if I do it from here. What? I cannot invite. Eh. Invite friends. Oh, there you are. I guess the game just has to load for a little bit. I think I invited. Is there voice chat in this game? Push to talk? Okay, okay. I wouldn't want to just not knowingly spam everyone here. I hope it works because I have mods on. Two-round burst. Reduces weapon recoil spread per shot, happy with consecutive shots. Any flashy bits? Plus 75% weak point? What? I don't think I can hit the weak point. Minus 40, minus 48. Oh, minus 48 on both if I get damage only. I get 6 points of damage. I lose 96 bullet. I don't know if that's good. Personally, I think more bullets is good. Whenever your shield breaks, it releases a static discharge that has a chance to stun nearby enemy. A chance? Hiya. Max health? More shield? Oh, plus 5 shield only. Shield regenerates at a faster rate, but after a long initial delay? How is that good? Invite didn't work? Oh no. What if I try to start a mission and then... Kill 2 Dreadnought? Isn't that like the big one? Post friend only? Okay, there we go. Has a train. And then I'll invite you again.
Mission locked in. Powering up the drop pod.
Okay, hopefully that works. I have to drink too.
No! No, 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 no!
Ooh,
Now
done.
that was a good deal.
What the? I think Sarah mentioned this one. Today's special will give you a small buff on your next mission. Buffs don't stack. All terrain requires one less pickaxe hit to destroy. Takes 3 of this. I only have 14? I don't think I'm drinking that. Ooh, I can upgrade beer license. The Randall Weiser. Randomized cosmetics and weapon loadout for the duration of the mission. Don't think I like that.
Life and slammers, Lloyd! Oh, and a little bit of extra red sugar on mine.
Still didn't work? Oh no. Actually, let me try something different. I'm gonna restart the game. Can I try and invite you? Sure.
What is this doing in my workplace? Oh yeah, I like the look of this one.
That's on my end. Whoa. A survey able to join does not have what? I haven't read that one yet. I think it's the mods that makes the game not playable. Because I'm back to my own here. What? What if I try just join game? Join. The server you were about to join didn't have any mods enabled. What's the message? Ah. So when I join, I'm pretty sure I disable all the mods or not.
They were concerned that I wouldn't be able to hold one drill, but then I picked up a
Gold for the bolt!
For every life Hoxus takes from us, us kobolds shall take back from it with a trifold. These shall tell tales of the golden scales.
What is blocking your eyes? But yay, we did it. I just have to press join faster. Yay, I have Dragon on team. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Also, hi, Chip.
Golden scales shall prevail.
There's only gold for the bold here! And I'd say we're more than bold enough for it.
Morning, Chip. Drink.
Get on board the drop pod, team. Mission is ready.
Oh. But we haven't had the Monster Hunter 3 or 4. I think with Breath Talk here we can do 4, no?
Life and slammers, Lloyd! Oh, and a little bit of extra red sugar on mine.
I have water.
Orbital insertion sequence initiated. Board the drop pod.
I have water. We can still go 5?
To proving once again that the underdogs should not be underestimated.
I think we could try 4 first. I mean, I'm pretty sure Breithog's not gonna. I'm pretty sure Breithog's gonna be fine, but I'm the one that's not gonna be fine. Oh, couple.
Yeah, sorry, tail in here before I steal your favorite seat. Concentration. Guys, look at alien RNG.
It's no old wives' tale. Golden scales.
VA sounds familiar, really, really familiar. I have no idea. I mean, all I know is just Kobo. I think that's pretty much it. Kobo. Holy shit, Breithog is level 1400? How the frick? Holy shit.
Now you fight to stay alive. Ever. And you'll kick it into overdrive tonight. Time to make Turtleneck proud.
Scanners have picked up a delivered dreadnought recruiting cluster, so we're sending you in to take care of it.
Oh my god, there's so many bugs.
Get those big bastards out before they force us to shut down Operation
That's a
Canary.
bad one.
And try to make it back with most of your limbs still attached.
Oh, we have this thing now. Meal, right? Molly? No, Meal? It's gone. Not now, loot bug, come on. I need to get the gold. Ay. I think a loot bug pushed me down. It's okay, I still love the loot bugs.
This Kobo's looks.
God. I feel like I'm too slow.
Watch out, Hoxus! Golden scales on the rails.
Fuck.
Yeah, golden scales.
Fishes must protect Kobo. Ooh. And I being protect.
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken. Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
I think there's friendly fire. Oh my god, they hurt. Sorry, I see gold. I have to do it. Gold very important. Must have gold. There's in fact friendly fire. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna apologize to Breithog in advance. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit Breithog so much.
Locked and loaded.
I want that.
Right! That thing almost got my tail!
That was the back thing. Oi! Ay 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 ay! I forgot I have that mod. I'm trying to get Nitra. When you find when your own team is your worst enemy. See, I told them. No, I'm so bad. This shit is dangerous. Hi, Dragon Mama. Wish I could join. Work is being a butt tonight. Oh. It's okay. There's always more chance for Mama Dragon to join. Can I crawl?
Cha-ching!
Sorry, Dragon. I'm gonna be so bad here.
You saved me! Thank you! That's all I can fit in my bag.
I appreciate Dragon.
What did I eat?
No, I already feel bad. I feel like 4 might be a little bit too hard for me. What is that sound? What is that? Oh my god! The fuck is that?
Feeling much better now.
Oh, red sugar.
Red sugar?
Oh my god, more red
Oh
sugar.
yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
I'm already lost. The exploding ones don't explode. The weak points is the head, right? Which is where the mouth is. You know, like the head and mouth is at the same place. That's why I put it like that. Whoa. Ah! Weak spot, weak spot, weak spot, weak spot.
I don't care.
I thought I had health still. Oh, it's lag. Oh, right.
Hey! I need aid! Help! I guess it's not my time yet. We're rich!
Oh? Oh?
That's right! The golden scales are on the trail!
Thank you, numbers, for 2 years. Oh my god.
We're rich!
Mission control. Games where enemies show their weak points by making them slow. Oh, we're rich. 2 years of watching you more. Oh my god. No, numbers is so nice. Oh my god. Alright, where should I go? Wait, no. Wait, where is everyone? Oh, hi. Oh, we're supposed to get fossils? And then there's something up there? Oh my god, how am I supposed to get up there? What the heck? Wait, thank you, numbers. Can I get up somehow? I don't think that's how I get up.
I was hatched ready.
No, I'm scared. We dig soil, right? Uh-oh. Oh my god, Breaktalk is having trouble.
Gold and scales, baby! Brothers and sisters! Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with that thing. Molly, could you get over here? Locked and loaded.
Wait? I'm following dragon. Or I think I'm following. Yeah, I am.
Golden scales, golden scales. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, come on. Let me hear you shout for the pack.
Does those things explode? Exploding plan.
Over here by the mark. One down, two down. Come
What?
on, I can do this.
When I mark them, they explode? Why is that black magic good? In the fossil?
Where the heck is Molly? Molly!
I got fossil. Oh, that's the big egg, right? That one.
Okay, I think I'm ready if you guys are all ready. To some degree.
Wait, have we been here before? Yeah, I don't think this.
My poor feet!
I don't think there's much else to mine here.
Resupply on its way.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
Molly?
Dreadnought cocoon. Everyone locked and loaded and ready to rock. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Can I just use the high explosive?
This shit is dangerous.
This shit is dangerous. Oh, it's waste. Oh, okay.
It's time to break its guard. What do I do? Oh, I know. Keep shooting.
Oh, exploded.
Oh yeah, guns ready.
Okay, one more thing.
I'm out. You missing something?
That was a bit late on that. What is this? Can I do damage to this thing? Ooh. Oh my god, my shield is gone from one hit. Super power. This shit is dangerous. You're spooky, I hate it. Ooh. I don't know what happened. Oh, there was one in front of me. Holy shit, I didn't even see that. I feel bad. I'm oh my god.
You can rest assured on that.
Oh, we need to kill these things before we can do damage to the main thing, yeah? I mean, sure, use that way. Hiya. It's the fourth time now, I think. Holy shit.
Was that your auntie, Hive Guard? You know you all look alike to me. Time to make a crater. Oh yeah, guns ready. Dreadnought Hive Guard! Remember, shoot the sentinels, then the weak spots, then its ass!
It's okay, I believe in dragon.
We got it! Tomac smiles upon you.
Dragon OP.
That's how it goes.
I didn't do anything. I just keep dying. Oh my god.
Now that hit the spot. Loading up for more destruction. Crunchy supplies, mother trucker.
I'll take one.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Oh yeah!
Eggs. What? How? What is the teleportation? How do you even get up there so quick? Oh, okay. I thought it's some sort of black magic. I guess it's close enough to being a black magic.
All right, new coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner. It's time for the so-called dreadnought to meet the juggernauts. Us.
I see fossils, but they're at an impossible place to get. I'm so confused. Maybe I can just dig straight to where Bretok is? I mean, might as well.
One more anniversary trophy secured. Management will be pleased. Performance point bonus activated.
I'm trying to find dragon. Oh.
Darkfish in here? Look!
I'm not in my
Oh, you step Charlie. They shall tell tales of the golden scales.
That's how it's done.
Looky, looky.
What this? Gold. I figured out the VA is an old VA who used to be part of the Brony community. As a squeaky voice orange dragon pony did some not safe for work. Oh, okay. I'm never familiar with the Brony community, so I have no idea. What is this? Guess I'm holding this. I mean, I saw what...
Team, we've got a wave of ebonite glyphids heading your way. Guns down, stay close to the machine. It's supercharging your pickaxes to deal with them.
You're out! That's all? You're ridiculous! From downtown! Hey, look there!
Did I take this? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Surprise! Taste
Oh.
my might! Slam dunk! Down you go! Heads up!
It's a pistol.
Slam dunk! Keep your appendages to yourselves!
Wait, that's Steve.
Hurt someone with these eyes? Gotcha! Down you go!
Okay, wait. Hiding.
Full impact! Slam dunk! Gold for the bull!
Good job, team.
Oh, we did it.
Shoes are ready.
Gold for the bull! I don't think I hear you!
Insert matrix code to activate?
Slot it in, and let's see. Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast. Shout for the pack!
I don't know. First blood? Head wear? Oh, I found cosmetic. Oh, okay.
Steve, you're the best.
On the dragonfly.
Hold up! I need the mule.
Whoa, why is it suddenly 10,000 things? I'm surviving this.
Bring the noise!
I don't want to die again. Oh my god. Why is that thing still shiny? Am I missing something? No. The pink is just cosmetic, the others are functionality for weapons. Oh, okay. Whoa. That's how we play Delilah.
Let me those ears, and then those eyes, and then look over here! Oh yeah, locked and loaded. Time for these dreadnoughts to meet the little juggernauts. Die!
I can put gas.
Breathe easy, you freaks!
Mike's has been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Gas.
Highly flammable gas! Yeah, I'm not kidding, be careful. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar!
Yes.
I sell propane and propane.
I couldn't say it with a straight face!
Awesome. Oh, the head is in the weak point. Where's your butt? Whoa! I just stood there and took it.
Well done, team. Immediate dreadnought threat eliminated.
Oh my god.
Activate the transponder on the mule. We'll send in an extraction pod to pick you up.
Alright, loading back up. Just what I needed. Okay, taking ammunition. Molly, come
I
here.
did it. We did it. I didn't do it actually. In type format. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just cannot understand this map. Holy shit. I remember I was preaching so much about the map.
Gotta remember you and me against the world. Sheesh, this Bliffit's packing a little bit more chitin than usual. Molly will take the load off.
Excellent. Drop pod inbound.
I told you I'm good with animals. Okay, collecting ammunition.
I'm good with ammunition.
There's the adrenaline.
Oh, I'll take one.
Let's
For
work.
heal.
Okay, taking ammunition. Never felt better.
Can you get there, Molly?
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
Let's follow.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Foxy's goodbye.
Oh my god, big whoa.
Come on, we can do this. Come on.
That can hurt my leg. What's the purple one?
You might want to work on your aim. Just saying. I got the web spinner. Oh yeah, guns for ready. Quantomac. None can match our thick scales. Oh, we shall tell tales of the golden scales.
What?
The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence. Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Hear that rumbling and a big thud? You know it's a drop pod. Good old drop pod. Oh, incidentally, have any passing gas in the lab? Come on, I had to. Get a move on. Come on, pass in the gas.
Whoa.
No more grenades left. Fuck. It's about to go boom. Gold and scales.
Does that hurt? Does that hurt, Dragon? I don't know. I had many stinky gas.
There's only gold and scales shall prevail. We're bold. You know we're awesome.
I didn't do shit. Look at this. I died 4 times. And I killed 49. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh wow. Loot bugs can prevent you from getting to the drop pod? But aren't loot bugs just sort of a little bit of a stationary bugs only? Oh.
Assignment complete. Oh, no, wait, my bad. There's still one mission to go. Apologies.
Oh. I'm being lied to by mission control. Can I believe it? Supata is nice. Maybe I should get the weak point bonus.
Mission selected. Powering up the drop pod. Get on board, team.
Fluoroantimonic acid.
Please just let the barrels be. As fun times go, there are better options available.
Improve get your full charge faster. You spend less goo when charging. Oh, that's pretty nice. Super saturation after impact, making the effect and portals last longer. Oh, damage, aerial effect, area damage. Oh, I got 2 aerial effect. Hell yeah. Oh, I got all projectiles fall more slowly. That's what it is. How do I even get this? What? Holy shit! I think I was really good at the game. How the fuck? How the fuck? Drink.
Artificial gravity recalibrating.
There's a vertical!
Oh.
The decorations are there to contribute to a festive atmosphere. They're not toys.
What happened?
Come on, I don't think I hear you!
Let me hear you shout for the pack!
I advise that you leave the decorations alone before management asks me to flush the launch bay with radon gas.
It's no old wives' tale. We are.
Vandalism can and will result in a significant fine. Consider yourself warned.
What is this?
Any and all decorations are to be considered company property and are to be treated with respect. The decorations are meant to be enjoyed with your eyes, not your feet.
Why is Mission Control so pissed?
You're making management consider canceling the holidays, mine included. Please stop vandalizing the decorations. Please don't kick the barrels into the launch bay. Barrels and launch thrusters do not mix.
I found...
Vandalism of the decorations will not be tolerated and can result in detention. Stop kicking the decorations around.
Why is Mission Control so pissed?
If this continues, management has the power and will to close the Abyss Bar. Is that what you want?
Danger. That's nice.
Gravity recalibration completed.
Much better now. Yes.
What is this? Kindergarten? You should feel ashamed of yourself.
Why is Mission Control so pissed?
How old are you? You're behaving like ill-mannered children. Please, stop it.
Ill-mannered children.
How old are you? You're behaving like ill-mannered children. Please, stop it. You know, you're not being paid by the hour. Get to work.
What if I leave the quest like this? I thought I bugged out the game. Mission Control was absolutely pissed. I wonder what happened. Holy shit. They were doing it non-stop.
Now you fight to stay alive.
Even you guys are.
And you'll kick it.
On the gravity.
Let's show DRG
Oh.
how let's do it.
It counts as everything being kicked around. Oh. Unfortunate.
We're seeing solid concentrations of resinite in the area. We'll send in lift rockets to lift them out once you do the digging. Move fast and stay vigilant.
Baja Barnacle? I'll mine dragon. Well, I mine gold for dragon is what I'm trying to say. Oh my god. Mission Control really doesn't like barrels in the launch bay. It's okay, we like it. Or I like it at least. Baja Barnacles? Oh! Extract resinite masses? That one I never seen before. So this is like a new mission.
Cheese.
Cheese?
Cheese.
Oh right, I have the cheese! Right, I have the cheese, I forgot. Cheese. Cheese.
No need to thank me.
It's so stupid. Cheese. Cheese. If I ping this thing, is it gonna explode?
I'm doing my part too.
Hey, look what I found.
No? Oh. Ooh, mini explosion. Ooh.
Got some blockage here.
Hmm? Blockage?
Taste my might.
Blockage. Here comes that real. Where am I? Oh, I drove it too high. Can't redeem my channel points for some reason, and here a stream is showing on my active channel, so I don't know how to fix that. Is it like a... Ooh, the tentacles. Is it like a Twitch mobile thing? Or is it on PC? Because I feel like on mobile that happens a lot. Which is weird. No, Twitch mobile is being stinky. On mobile? Yeah, I think you have to like reopen the app or something. I think that happens quite a lot too.
Come on, unlock the jet boot crate. I want a pair. Jetty boot crate here. Oh yeah.
Nita? I steal Nita from Dragon.
A barnacle removed.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
Right over here, Molly. Come on. Cha-ching.
Yeah, the explosion. very many explosions. I'll try starting the app. Hopefully that works. Because Twitch Mobile has always been like lots of problems.
Yeah,
so
I know you're a hungry girl.
I'm sorry about
Whenever I
that.
see you defy the laws of physics, Molly. Platform placed.
Cheese?
Oh yeah, locked and loaded. Fuck.
Fuck. Ooh. The dragon's so strong.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready. Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
Oh my god, green chain. It's breaking.
Locked and loaded. Take out the spitballer.
The spit what now?
I see you've
Oh my
located
god.
the first dig site, miners. Free up the resonite, then prepare for launch rocket delivery.
I got him a barnacle. I see a resonite mass.
I see shiny. What's going on? There's a little explosion going on. Ay, ay, ay.
We've got a pack of glyphid Praetorians on an intercept course. Get ready. You're halfway there, team. Keep it up.
I can't
There they
go.
are. Praetorians attacking.
These are not Praetorians. Are they Praetorians? Oh, this is the Resi 9? Resi 9 mess? What are we trying to do with that thing? It's all good now? Heck yeah, good to know. I'm glad restarting helped. Do I mind? No?
Do I mind the thing around? Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Miners, sending down lift rockets.
I can really go for a drink once we're done here.
What is this? What am I trying to do?
Lift rockets have arrived. Grab them off the lift pod. Attach them to the sides of the resonite mass.
Something there.
Hostiles are backing down. Finish them.
You're out. What's your ammo count? I mean, if you can.
Oh, are we supposed to connect the things? I think.
Reminder, good girls get pat pats. Pat 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 pat. That's a good little Kobo. Good girl indeed.
I'm Kobo. I got the
Nitro's
thing.
been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Secure?
Fuck! Alright, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need.
There's more. Many pet. Eevee's so heckin' nice. Oh. Oh, Dragon's doing all of them. Oh my god.
Lift rockets are reading green. Hit the button on the pod to initiate launch.
Time for lunch!
Cheese.
Platform out!
Cheese.
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 Initiate.
For lunch! Hit the button!
Oh yeah.
Excellent work, team. First Resonite mass will be off-world shortly. 2 more to go. Get to it.
Whoa.
Loading up for more destruction.
Yeah! Okay, collecting ammunition.
I guess that's good. I don't know.
Natural selection,
Barnacle eliminated.
More nitro means more shooties in the future. Let's grab it.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Oh, right. We have checkbook.
Cha-ching! I don't got room for any more. Yeah, full impact. Take that sexy metal ass and get over here, Molly.
Cheese.
Platform place.
I got him.
Looks like we're gonna have to clear this out.
I got you. Hmm?
Oh, crap! I forgot to pack the shovel. Got some loose dirt here.
Oh, okay. I feel I'm doing everything way too slowly. Oh wait, this is Barnacle? I saw one just now.
Sticky sap gets so hard! Cliff it, stalker! Die, you snaky bastard!
There's something. What's that?
Right on my mark.
Oh. I think that's.
There
Yeah.
you go!
Oh. Are you a bad thing? Well, dragon killed, so I should be bad. Naito Cave Cruiser?
Gold! Locked and loaded.
Mini gold.
Come on, Molly!
I want gold.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Hit with both legs and take.
I love gold.
Can't risk spilling it. I'm gonna have to come back for this later.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
I need more money.
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him.
Didn't need.
Breathe easy, you freaks!
Wait, that's Steve.
Stay by my side, Steve!
Stinky gas.
Deadly neurotoxin! Oh yeah!
Should be safe to get the rest of the gold up there. Uh-oh. Dragon in trouble, I think.
Wave's almost over.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese. The cheese always scares me. Oh my god. Cheese.
I love that sound.
Pinged. Nothing like the sounds of the acquisition of material wealth.
Right now.
Dig site! Help me dig!
Just try to catch me.
I call it old gold. I'm a dwarf.
You're making good progress. Excavation at 50%.
You had him like this.
I overheated it.
Platform set and ready to use. Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
The resonite mass is freed. Await lift rockets.
Look at me go!
Hey. Where did the thing
Rocket
drop to?
attachments are here, team. Grab them and attach them to the sides of the mass.
Oh my god, it's down here.
Why was it that we needed to kill the barnacles? Boldness airborne!
Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck hit me? My screen is all like polygon, you know?
Restraining order, sir!
Something weird hit me and then my screen also got
The
weird.
mass is ready to head off-world. Hit the button on the lift pod to begin launch. One more resonite mass to go, team.
Are you
Ahead of
okay?
schedule too. That's what I like to see.
Uh-oh, it's Steve's time.
Big swarm detected. Lock up and get ready.
Just what I needed.
I bet she knows how to live princess so jealous right now.
Swarm, they're here.
Lupa.
Sorry to pass gas! Crap, that was the last one I've got.
Oh yeah, guns ready. Tell your ancestors I said hi!
Look at Steve go.
You bugs can't kill Kobo! Might as well throw in the towel!
Get in the trap, Jaws! All three of them!
Hmm?
Part of my soul leaves me for each time.
See? Even a griffin can be
Golden scales! 4 golden scales!
We are family!
Oh, dance!
The wave is significantly diminished. Well done, team.
I was hatched ready! Oh, come on, you creeps! Just give up already!
Behind Kobo. We must save Luke, but what? Oh, Steve! Kill them! We love Luke, but oh, Kobo is doing good. Welcome. I'm surprised that the co-op mod still works. Even after they have not updated for so long, I feel like. Is there more? Oh, there's one more.
Time to diggity dig dig.
I'll do it. Oh, a big one.
Oh yeah.
Is it this thing?
I got a barnacle.
I got a barnacle. Barnacle. Stinky.
Sorry, you're going hungry.
Barnacles.
That never gets old.
Oh, that was Steve. Behind you. Oh my god.
Nicely done, team. You secured yourself a nice bonus.
Oh, we did the barnacle.
Praetorian down! Might want to step back.
Chief.
Platform up. Push off gravity. You're overrated.
Cheese. What's that explosion?
Looks like the next area is through here.
Wow, that was a straight dig.
Gold? No! Resonite!
Lovely.
We're gonna have some tacos later.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built. Sentry armed.
Wait, I see gold. I have
Sentry
two.
placed and ready to be armed.
Gold is too important. I need gold. I want gold.
Gun's completely empty.
Completely empty? Do you need... You can call and
Lock
resupply.
and load, miners. Got an incoming swarm. Supplies are on the way.
Digging away, digging off.
Excavation at 50%. Stay on task.
Platform set, sturdy.
Excavation phase complete. Excellent
Nice.
work. Stand by for lift rocket delivery.
That was really fast.
Swarm! It's a big one, team.
What is that? Nade. I don't know.
Lift rockets delivery complete. Set up the lift rockets on the resonite mass and proceed to launch.
Whoa, what the fuck is that?
Okay, I got the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
Shit, I killed a loot bug. Big one?
Pressure down!
Holy shit.
I call dibs on the chitin. Oh yeah! This is the one!
Oh wait, that's Steve.
More species incoming. Take care of what is left, then have a breather.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Do you snuggle Steve?
Oh,
Yeah.
Feeling much better now.
We love Steve.
This is a lie. Best toys ever. Platform out. Shit's about to hit the fan.
I want all the Mitra gold. Oh, it's this thing again. So we're gonna use the power attack to kill the rock bug. Nice. Thanks for the lurks, Sarah.
Laser drill is primed and rocket readings are green. Push the button on the lift pod to begin launch.
I got many minerals.
All
But
resonite
what
miners
if
are en
loot
route
bug
to
8
base.
pure gold
Hit the
vein?
button
Would you
on
kill it
view,
then?
and we will send in the return pod.
No, I will make it as a pet. Then it's a gold that follows me. It's a shiny that follows me.
Platform. Sentry plates. Time to set it up. Armed.
Ooh,
Oh yeah. Guns ready.
stinky.
Platform placed.
I guess we're gonna have a fight here.
Platform created.
Many cheese.
Cha-ching. Right over there, guys.
I do the last one.
Look at it go. Food is tempting.
Team,
It
you
is,
got a wave
okay.
of ebonite glyphids heading your way. Guns down, stay close to the machine. It's supercharging your pickaxes to deal with them.
Down you go!
Gotcha. You bugs are dead. Full impact.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, sorry.
Taste my might.
Slam dunk!
Down you go.
I think Steve is fine.
Taste my might! You're out! You're out! That had to hurt! Down you go!
Then there's also the normal ones.
From downtown.
Surprise!
That works.
Good job, team. Core and fuse are ready.
User, I earned this. They shall tell tales of the golden scales.
None can match our thick scales or our
That's
thick-headed
right. The golden scales are on the trail.
Crawlers!
Many minerals.
I'm feeling lucky tonight.
Come on, this Kobo needs some new bling, or at least some new
Jesus,
gear.
the Kobo. This is Driller, right? Balance overclock ice spear. Oh, it's an ice weapon. But I feel like I like the corrosive weapon more.
Boldness airborne.
I'll get the resupply real quick.
Okay, taking ammunition.
A lot of gun noises going on.
That had to hurt. Locked and loaded. Molly, the thick mule. If you're looking for Molly, she's right here.
Open wide,
Yeah,
Molly.
come on. Let me hear you shout for the pack.
Sending in the
A
drop pod.
deposit.
Starting the counter. This is it, team. Do us proud.
Ignition!
Golden scales. Time to spread
Golden
wings
scales shall prevail.
for golden scales.
Stick with me,
me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
Drop pod has arrived. The mule has been called back.
That doesn't seem too fun.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Uh-oh, where did Dragon go? Wait, where's the drop pod? What the heck? I'm stuck.
All right, new coordinates downloaded to Come on, go, go!
Wait, drop pod is there though. I think I'm gonna cheese my way there. I think it's enough time.
It killed my bug! No!
I should have done this for Dragon as well.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
I actually don't know if this is enough time for me to do. I wanna help. I wanna help Dragon. What the heck?
Am I the only one keeping score here? The jaws of the tri-jaw have dropped.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
I wanna get that thing. I wanna at least help a little bit.
Go, go, go! Drop pod isn't waiting forever!
I'm gonna get it real quick. Ow!
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
Passing the gas! Booyah!
I'm okay.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Oh, I see Dragon. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I should have helped. I should have helped.
There'll be the anniversary trophy here.
Yeah!
Let's head for the drop pod.
Oh yeah! Now things are getting fun!
I'm sorry,
One more
Dragon.
year, another cargo shuttle loses its cargo in the caves. Unbelievable. Well done, miners. Performance point bonus is active.
It's no old wives' tale. We are indeed the Golden Scale.
Yes.
It's your old friend,
Golden
deadly
Scale.
neurotoxin! Gassing them out!
That's one for the books. Retrieving escape
I didn't
pod.
help.
Come on, let me hear you shout for the pack.
I didn't
For
help.
Golden Scale.
Let me hear you shout for the pack!
I should have helped. I should have helped. I didn't know how to like. I'm still like so confused. I don't know how to like. I don't know how to get to people fast enough. And I feel like I'm like missing a lot of things. And I feel bad. It's like, oh, there's so many things like I could have done. Also, hi, hey, Kobo friend.
Golden Scales shall prevail. Golden Scales, Golden Scales, Golden Scales.
Nicely done,
How
miner.
heck is doing that?
Assignment completed.
The Golden Scale are on the trail.
I did the thing, right?
Hello there.
Now,
Are on the rails. That's how it goes.
It's here, right? Yeah, the forge.
I'm forging my own fashion, and I don't have to pay any microtransactions! This is the dream!
It is time for extreme violence. They sound like custom voice lines, yeah. Extended repressure delay. Shoot giant ice projectile that deal massive damage and stun most targets. Oh my god.
Alright, Matrix Core, time to put you to use. Put you in here, and then time to get to work. Oh yeah.
Ooh, I wonder if ice is good. I should have plenty, I think.
Gold and scales.
Yeah, I have a lot here. I think I should do weekly assignments first. Blank matrix core, overclock infused matrix core, and cosmetic infused matrix core. I guess that's the assignment. No? Uh-oh. Did I do bad? Uh-oh. I would take one from the left. Okay. I will look see. I can change it, right? Relic of Hoxus. Whoa, many money? Oh, I have to abort first, right? Yeah. Start assignment. There we go. Many money. I think I like this one. I took.
orbital insertion sequence initiated. Port the drop pod.
Drink. What just happened? Did I just saw the void for a split second? Holy shit. Your health is increased by 30%. Isn't that good? I want it.
Hey bartender, Red Rock Blasters, it's time to blast away!
Our scales shall gleam like gold! Golden scales! Golden scales! Golden scales! Something extra for you, boy! Okay, who's the racist that designed this thing? To the acquisition of material wealth. Skull! May we watch over each other and make sure that we get back around
I'm being numbed. It's okay, Evie's small. What?
I feel rejuvenated.
Oh yeah!
Whoa. Wow, holy shit.
Oh, would you hurry up? I'm getting bored.
Next sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Come on, you don't want to miss out on the ride, do you?
Shit. Never a
I
dull
rolled a
moment,
critical failure.
We
Are you golden scales? Then sway that tail!
For golden scales!
Maybe I'm smaller.
You're making management.
I'm small. Is it worse than lots of little painful nibbles? But I think it's better than getting eaten whole, no? That depends. True. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge.
That's right. The golden scale are on the trail.
We're sending you in to excavate resinite masses this time, miners. We have some handy lift rockets available to get the masses back to orbit once you're done digging. Get it done.
Oh yeah, my tail's a wagging.
I'm coming to dig. Oh. I did the dig.
Molly, here, now.
What was that sound? Nice.
Downy craters. I think I just lost a tooth in there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no wardens around to protect you now, bud. Come and get it.
That's not warded, right?
Come on, girl, move it.
Pickaxes ready, miners. First mass located. Clear the surrounding terrain and we can begin prepping it for launch.
Sentry placed and ready to be armed. Turret armed. Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
I'll dig after getting this gold.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Cheese.
Oh, oops.
You're halfway through excavation, team. Keep up the good work.
And a big and a hole.
Excavation phase complete. Stand by for lift rockets and begin attachment phase.
Oh, mini scooter. I got one.
Sentry plate. Time to set it up.
Oh, big one.
All set. Let the automated security begin. Ready to be set up.
Bug down.
That just killed the bug.
Lift pods here, team. Grab the lift rockets. Secure them to the sides of the resinite mass.
Holy, you heard?
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Where's the thing? Oh, it dropped down?
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use. Taste my might!
I guess that works.
Cha-ching!
Oh, and then jump. Oh, okay. I need to be careful not to do that too often. I already forgot I don't have the jet boots anymore.
Attention! Got a swarm on the way. Repeat, a swarm.
Part of my soul leaves me whenever I think of you.
Attachment complete. Return to the lift pod to launch the resinite mass. The swarm is upon you.
You stuck your webs into my business. Never bring an acid bug to a gunfight.
Now it's a party.
Launching it.
One down, 2 to go. Making good progress. Keep it up.
I think that's bad.
Prepare to fight for your life. Big swarm is approaching.
Oh, I should have done that.
Oh yeah! I'll never get tired of killing these fat sluggers!
Yeah, golden nitro!
Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
It's your old friend, Deadly Neurotoxin!
Positions. The swarm is here.
Access provided.
How many swarms are we talking about?
I live for this! Walk!
The string of incoming enemies is practically eradicated, and you're still alive. Well done.
That had to hurt!
Warden's down, Bugs! What you gonna do now?
There's more wardens. Wait, Steve.
You can't resist
Oh,
my
Steve died.
cuteness.
Keep fighting, team. You're almost through the wave.
There was a lot of swarms.
I squashed a big one! Locked and loaded.
Sorry to pass gas!
Wow. The stinky gas just kills them.
You can't scare a kobold, well you just don't scare it at all!
I take one.
Ammo taken. Feeling much
Okay,
better.
okay,
Check
taking
with the
ammunition.
second wheel launch.
Oh yeah!
Oh, oops. I shouldn't have done that then.
How much more of this can you hold?
Okay, launching the Resinite while there's a swarm going on? Bad idea. Now we know. Go. I play Has 5 normally. Oh my god. I guess if you don't mind me keep dying, I'm willing to try Has 5. Next one! Why are there so many? What?
Check out this move.
All these things.
Jeez.
I won.
I was hatched ready.
I'll try not to die too much on Has 5.
Anyone got the munchies for some red sugar?
Just what I needed.
Oh.
Fuck!
I don't
think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now.
The warden ain't here to watch over you now, Bugs!
it's kind of shiny.
Guns ready.
Great, we got Clifford spawns. There's a Nexus nearby hatching them. Where is it?
Platform.
Oh, there's a thing hatching?
Cha-ching. So you're the little shit that keeps sending them after us.
Little shit.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
That thing feels really tough.
I live for this!
Can someone find and burn that hot
I am sick of
in my
it.
tail nibble? Guess what? I am danger. Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
I want chain.
Molly, where are you?
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Cheese.
All right, new coordinates downloaded to the terrain
I was
scanner.
hatched ready.
Depositing.
Ooh, what is that? I see something that's kind of shiny. Is it not here? What? Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Every time. I'm going to kill that shuttle pilot. Good work, team. Performance point bonus is active.
What happened? What happened to the shuttle pilot?
Access provided. No need to thank me. Locked and loaded.
Yeah, I saw this thing. Oh. I found Yeet Cone.
Platform up.
Oh, this looks like the path forward.
Cha-ching. I can't hold any more of this. Come on, Molly.
Not even Molly can carry a load like that.
Oh.
Halfway done. Stay on schedule.
Platform set and ready to use.
Resonite mass fully excavated. Nice work. Stand by. Lift rockets are en route.
Oh, good things come to those that
And
wait.
just like that,
like
shooting
specialized
gallery
melee
ready.
equipment and snacks.
Cheese.
Platform.
I got this.
All right. Set up the lift rockets and we'll be ready for launch.
Oh yeah, guns ready.
Resonite mass ready for launch. Hit the button on the lift pod to fire it up.
I'll quickly launch it before the swarm comes.
Second resonite mass spacebound. Good work. One more to go. Scanner's got a blip the size of a drop pod. Brace for swarm, team.
Hi, Roxas. I forgot how to play Monster Hunter World Wilds.
Contact! Lock and load!
Uh-oh.
Now what? Afraid to fight us now, the
that too.
Oh, speeder.
Gold and scales, baby!
I got the web spinner.
Got him. Oh wait, that's Steve, I think.
Come on, Steve, you knew better than this. You'll never get tired of
died.
this.
The wave is almost over. Wipe out what's left.
Carry me. New equipment so I don't get one shot by Mizu. It's okay now, you find something easier first
Gold
now.
and scales shall prevail.
Oh,
You can't resist the cuteness. Remember, one bullet each. Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more.
time to diggity dig dig wait. I will now diggity dig dig.
Looks like the next area is through here.
That was a weird route.
Over here by the mark.
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
It's a nice thing being able to breathe faster than a Kobo can.
It's a
but
what?
That doesn't do you any good if your offspring is as fragile as us.
I only hear breed.
Resupply on its way.
Hang in there. Supplies are on the way.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready. Locked and loaded. Resupplies here. Everybody load up and about to hit the fan.
I got gold.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
It's hard for Kobo to carry though. Like I'm not even that good at Monster Hunter Wilds. I feel.
Bag's
Lots of-
full. Can't carry anymore.
Lots of noises going on. What's going on? That is what's going on. Hi, Akko. Brick. Come on, I just want gold. Hi. Whoa, is there another one? Ow, 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 ow.
Loading up for more destruction.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Gold wants gold? Yeah. Morning, Akko. This looks different. So I don't think this is going to be another.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Another power hit on Spooter. I don't know what that is. I'll hold this one if you... I'll do it. I don't know what this is. I'll do it. Heck, Bloody? Hi. Deep in some galactic rocks, I see? Yeah. Wolf Boy is drunk. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's another one. Oh.
Swarm spotted. Buckle up. Contact
Uh-oh.
imminent.
I don't know what this is going to be. Rock is asking to be blown out. Looks like it. The laser is doing work.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Duh. Something's coming down that way.
Passing the gas. You're out. You're not munching on this tail.
I'm absolutely loving how things work down here.
Breathe easy, you freaks. Now that was nice.
I don't think that's gonna work well.
Wayne's petering out. Wipe out the rest and get on with it.
Oh my god, corrosive sludge is so good.
You picked on the wrong cobalt.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready. Oh yeah, guns ready.
Ah, now that's refreshing.
What? How is it raining when we're in the cave? I guess anything's possible, question mark? Collecting bombs and throw them on this pylon. Okay. I'll do this one.
Challenge accepted!
Well, a Tritolite deposit. We thought we'd lost this one.
CRSPR for a primary. Sticky flames just hit right with me. Oh, it's another primary weapon?
Sending in a nanite bomb dispenser for you. If those can't penetrate it, nothing will.
That feels very far away. Oh, okay. I hope this reaches. I'll put a stinky
Sit
gas here.
comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
Last one? Hey!
Good job, team. Core infuser ready.
In you go. Now let's see. Do I get something fancy or do I get something sassy?
All right, loading back up.
This is cosmetic, right? And then this is the thing. Yeah. Need some an arc bike. Can you can hit the deposit from a decent distance? Okay. Scorching tight, unstable overclock. Oh, shiny. I got it.
First you sight it, then you dig it. Dig, sight.
I want shiny.
Keep digging, team. You're halfway there. Excavation at 100%. Well done. Stand by.
Oh,
Lift rockets
behind you,
are on the way.
behind you.
What? Struggling to kill a kobold? That's just embarrassing.
Ooh.
Lift rockets have been delivered. Attach them to the resonite mass and get ready to launch.
Cheese.
Platform place.
Cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Platform.
I'll do what Dragon does. I'll attach the rockets first. Cheese, cheese. Cheese. I don't like that sound.
One less clipping.
Oh, that's Steve, holy shit.
This is life.
Cheese, cheese.
Attachment phase complete. Push the button on the lift pod to launch the payload.
I'm ready. Can I stay on top of the rest of the
All
site?
resonite mass is accounted for. Sending in the return pod when you activate the mule.
Many birds outside.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Cheese.
Taste my might.
Cheese.
I was hatched ready.
No, that's not how you spell cheese. Cheese. With an S, not C. Is it? S, right? Yeah, S.
Oh yeah, now things are getting fun.
Want to call in a resupply before we... You know what? I want to.
Resupply ordered.
Supplies are on the way.
Resupply.
Drop the damn acid spitter. You.
Acid splitter.
See? I told you I'm good with animals. All right, our present's here.
Oops.
Everybody go get what you need. Soon, Steve. I promise.
That is entirely my fault. Holy shit, I killed Steve. Well, I'm sorry, Steve.
A little
Okay,
bit for me,
collecting
a little bit for my
ammunition.
friend here.
I killed Steve. Kobo pet owner.
Cheese.
Platform up. Hey, look there. Molly! Honestly, deep rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know.
Right, let's go.
That's how you do it. Drop pod is on the way.
I choose you!
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm
A little
not
bit
kidding.
for me, a little bit for my friend here.
Can I try to dig straight to the drop pod?
Drop pod arrived. Mule is returning to LZ.
Let's move it.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh crap! I forgot to bring the soap.
哎呦呦呦！我的那里来的？
Oh yeah, locked and loaded. Hey, last Kobo to the drop pod owes me lunch.
I think there's enough time to get there. It's so far away though.
departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Uh-oh. I didn't mean to overheat it. Oh, we can run here. I'll give them stinky gas then.
Gassing them out!
Sturdy, and ready.
1, 2, 3, 4, move it!
That's what you get for melting my new boots.
Ammo taken. Deadly neurotoxin. Oh yeah! That was loud. Yeah!
What was that? Whoa, what happened?
I'm on your side, you mangy packer.
Oh, we're faster than the thing.
Our thick scales, or our thick-headedness.
Our scales.
The mule's been successfully retrieved. Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever. Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Stinky gas.
There's only
Retrieving space pod.
gold for the bowl. That's how it goes. For our brothers and sisters.
I like the stinky gas. Maybe I like poison. I like poison. I feel like I'm slowly keeping up a little bit better, I think. A little bit. I mean, I'm not dying anymore. If you don't mind, I guess we can try hazard 5. I'm a little scared, but I think I can do it. You're doing great. Oh my god. I feel like at least I'm not dying anymore, I think.
Well done. R&D is eager to sink its teeth in.
Point blank.
Drop pod is ready. Time to leave.
Whoa, dragon fast. Egg hunt? Well, now we have cheese and now we have egg.
It's that time again, Lloyd.
There's only gold for the bowl, and we're full.
Golden scale shall prevail. That's right. The golden scale are on the
Has
track.
4 to 5 is a real difficulty spike. I'm dead then.
We're still here, Hoxies, for the greater good of the pack. We survived Hoxies so far. Let's see
To
if we can
still
survive
being
this
alive. Unless this drink proves to be our end. Let's do it.
Never felt better.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Marty, you ready to ride this thing? I know.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
This is what happens if we have lag. If I press fast enough, I can kick it like 4 times. Because of lag. Bruh.
Please
Bruh.
let the barrels be. As fun times go, there are better options available.
My patience for waiting for you is bleeding.
Yeah, we're golden scales
can
swaying
match
our
our
tails.
thick
My
scales.
pursuit. Yeah!
Let's
Sail for golden scales!
Yeah, come on. Let me hear you
and
shout for
scales,
the pack.
baby!
Learning by doing, I'll try. Said the Malzino lose. There's never enough Malzino, honestly.
You don't know what you're missing with. You got no idea. You don't know what you're looking at. When you're looking here. Time to make the golden scale are on the trail. I live for this.
Oh yeah.
Egg collection time, team. Alien eggs. The company wants them. Don't ask why. Find them, stow them in Molly, and return. Simple.
Whoa. What?
Gassing them out.
There's 10,000 speeders? What is that? Oh my god. Oh shit. Not like this. I got you, Tekken.
For the pack!
Fuck!
What is that?
I feel fresh out here. Stop me! Guns ready.
I think that's red sugar.
Taste my might!
Munch on some of that red sugar, your tail will be a wagon in no time.
That's a Precorian.
Platform!
Jeez.
Locked and loaded.
Oh! Yeah, there's so many noises going on. It's wrong? Okay. This is fine. Am I using too many bullets? I feel like I am, right? Behind you, Victorian. What is that? Barrage Infector? I don't think I like the sound of that. I hear a stalker. I should probably help.
Is that all? I could smack you with my tail if I wanted to.
The fuck is going on? Stinky gas.
Passing gas! Come on, I had to.
Sentry up! Let it rip!
You shot your last barrage, Infector!
Stinky gas.
Passing the gas!
What is that?
I call that a successful detonation.
I think I should explode that. I want to explode it. It should just tap fire single grunts and be good. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'll still say the Beetlejuice is my favorite, but I can respect Malzino too. Hey, that's fair. Everyone has different favorite dragons. It's just mine is unapologetically Malzino.
Crunchy.
I hear cheese, but I don't know where dragon is. Explodey boy? Beetlejuice is pretty adorable. In a way. In many ways, actually. Cool.
You picked on the wrong cobalt.
What are you? Huh. Oh. You not move. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get to Dragon.
You smell something cooking?
Cheese.
Oh, just face it already! You can't scare a cobalt, well, you're just not scary at all! Breathe easy, you freaks! That was my last grenade!
That's good. Oh yeah, wait, there's egg, right? It should be a lot easier for me to get eggs because I can drill. Malzino's definitely fun to fight. I'm more like I want to smooch Malzino. I'm not weird at all.
Egg.
Egg.
Oh shit!
Whoa, what happened?
Platform set and ready to use.
I died in 2 hits.
I'm really not helping the stereotype of kobolds dying so easily, aren't I?
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be
It's okay, I believe in dragon.
Let the automated shooting begin.
I mean, they're hitting me, but I'm not dying from that, right? So I can attract some, I can aggro some enemy.
Supplies are on the way.
It's okay. I can aggro the enemy. That's nice.
Alright, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need. Ammo taken. Oh yeah, feeling much better now. Ow, bad idea. Access provided. No need to thank me.
Jeez, explodey coming out.
Okay, now I'm pissed
Watch
off!
out, Hoxus! Golden scales are on the rails.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Follow me, Steve. We're gonna kick some
I
tail.
got Steve! So dragons are very smoochable though? Yeah, like Malzino. sorry, Brett Hog. I feel like I die way too easily now. Steve? Steve is having a seizure? Oh, Steve is fine now.
Oh yeah, guns ready.
Have I still got all my bits and
There's
pieces?
only gold
for the
There's
prize.
only gold for the bold here. And I'd say we're more than bold enough for it.
I found egg, but I forgot where it is.
That's all? You're ridiculous!
Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Yes, you are, Molly. Oh, you see? Even a glyphic can...
Just what I needed. I was hatched ready. Platform placed.
This is a place for egg as well, this one? I found egg. Oh yeah, there's a resupply. Maybe I should get that resupply.
Loading up for more destruction.
Category says other game, is it?
Never
I thought I
felt
put
that.
it as Deep Rock Galactic. Hi, Zeus.
My feet! My poor feet! It burns! It burns!
I'm coming. Mine just didn't update, I guess. Maybe? Oh.
All right, new coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner.
That's all.
Sentry place. Time to set it up.
You bugs are nothing!
Come on, back up. Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
Okay.
Good job, miners. Anniversary trophy deposited. Performance point bonus activated.
Yeah, they suck.
Wait, I think I actually found another egg just now, but I forgot where it was. Oh shit.
Gotcha! We got enough ammo for all this, right? I don't care.
Like, Steve?
Surprise!
Listen to those minerals go.
Nice, Steve. I wanna go see where that egg is. I want to get the thing. I want to get the resupply and then I missed where the egg is. Oh, I think it's there. Yeah, it's this one. I'll call Molly. Is it... See?
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
Get that die. Ooh, I'll get that after.
Egg.
And down it goes.
I put in the egg. You can call Molly again. How do you get that one? Like this, I guess.
Egg.
Egg.
Contact. We got 4, wait, 6, no, 12. A lot of aliens heading your way.
Might have been a bad idea. Should probably meet up. I'll dig straight to you.
Swarm, they're here.
Woohoo! Oh my god, the small ones. No, I feel bad. The Manganas probably feel dumb for buffing my aggressive nature. No, I should have gotten the egg first. I'm stupid.
Oh my god! They killed Steve! You bastards!
Make Kobo get die more often, never skip leg day. Yeah. It's okay, Dragon can stay safe first. The difference was there. I mean, honestly, Hazard 4 and Hazard 5, I still would die in like 2 to 3 hits. I feel like it's the same. Just more spooters, I think? Yeah, more spooters.
Secondary objective completed. Now finish the job.
Resupply on its way.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
The bugs move much quicker. Oh, do they? I actually didn't even realize. I feel like they move the same.
The wave is thinning out.
Supply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
I believe in Dragon. But then again, I feel bad too because I keep dying. Shit. Did they add different characters? Nope, still the same 4 characters, I believe. The voice lines are different because it's a Kobold mod.
Egg.
Egg. Egg. Cheese. Egg. Cheese. Egg. Now there are any characters to be blunt? Yeah.
Egg.
Egg. Whoa.
Brace, brace. Swarm detected.
Holy shit, more swarm. Crazy. Egg. Maybe I should play engineer as well. With the turrets, it's probably gonna help a lot, no?
The swarm is here.
If that egg is taking its spawns away from me, if I remember correctly, that's 8 wave? Holy shit. We need to hear more Dance of the Dreadnought. This one is also cool. I mean, most of them is cool. I'm just vibing, jamming here. and then Dragon is fighting for his life there. Whoa, how do you get that burst of speed? Usually wave chance for Swarm too? Oh. There's something damage in addition to own damage if I remember correctly. Jordan is one of the highest damage rolls. What about Gunner? What?
Hang in there. The wave is almost dealt with. Dispatch whatever's left.
Gunner and Drone are high damage. Let's see. I thought Scout is a high damage one. I still remember the last time I played Scout, which is like 2 years ago, which made me stop playing the game. People were shouting at me on how to play Scout back then. It's like, oh my god, PTSD. Gunner's a strong single target, more over area damage with Driller. Okay, so Nagano is more good against Dreadnoughts then. Good damage but it's huge AoE. Yeah, I love the stinky gas and stuff. The stinky cast is good.
Cheese.
There's many purple things.
Found some nitra!
Cheese. Cheese.
I don't remember if the drills have fuel. They do, they do. My favorite is sheer area denial. Yeah, they feel really good, though. Like the corrosive sludge pump is like
access provided.
So
no need to
good.
thank me.
Oh my god, my savior!
I was hatched ready. Slam dunk!
Thank you, Dragon. I'll try.
I love you, I love you!
I'll try not to die again.
Yeah! Golden scales!
Yeah! Kobo making a foothold! That's how it's done!
Slam dunk!
I think it's because I took the Zerg, yeah.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit!
Oh. I guess it's easier to mine their heads.
Feeling much better now.
Platform set and ready to use.
Jeez. Flamethrower is my go-to, but Sludge Pump is my second favorite. Nice. Hi Peter. Oh my god, thank you. Welcome.
Egg.
Oh, we are enemy.
You go. Remember,
Oh, there's many enemies here.
Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more!
Ice Cannon is good too, just not to my preferences. Hey. Also, I hope Peter's doing good. Dragon.
Platform out. Rockin' stone! Come on, get a bit. It's kinda catchy. Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
Only
Sentry
back in
place.
my
Time
own
to set it up.
orchestra.
Sentry up.
Don't think there's eggs nearby here. Dragon pet. Well, that's one way to do it.
Nope, still not good enough.
That's one thing I learned then. Don't like those noises.
Fuck!
Heads up!
What? Yeah, these things are hard to kill. I'm not gonna get that gold anymore. It feels very dangerous. We got enough nuts, so... Looks like that one has been gotten. Yeah. The fuck is that? Oh, isn't that the thing? I think there should be egg here. I don't like these things. Oh, I already got this one. Oh, someone already got that one.
Never felt better.
Egg.
Oh, I'm nearby, I'm nearby. Hey, see the little bugs in this game? Yeah. It's mainly to kill bugs. Oh shit. Get out of here. No. I don't want to die here.
Painting the whole cave with your blood. I knew reincarnation was not exclusive to kobolds. Welcome back, Steve.
I hate them. I'm trying to get the things here.
Egg.
Egg.
Time to earn your paycheck, team. Got a doozy
Oh,
of a
shit.
swarm underway. Egg collection completed. Well done. Pull the escape pod in when ready.
Oh wait, that's Steve.
Contact. Lock and load.
I hear something weird.
Tripod launched. Let us stand back.
Oh shit! There was suddenly 10,000 bugs in my face. Get him, Steve!
Everybody load up and patch up.
Get him, Steve! Thank you. I'm not gonna get that nitro anymore, it's too dangerous. I'll take one of these.
All right, loading back up. Oh yeah. Looks like the Tri-Jaws should have tried harder. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
Can I help it? me try to get as much shiny as I can.
Approaching you now. Keep it together.
You literally eat rocks to heal? Very Kobo, I know, right? That's why we need a Kobo mod, and we have it.
I'll remember you, Steve! Forever!
Steve died.
Damn it! I think I knocked something loose.
Oh.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Well, I had to. I mean, I saw it.
And a little closer to our quota.
That guy up in mission control is really missing out.
That's a lot of fire up there. Can I get golden please? Also I wanna squish a Kobo. I think I'm very squishable. And I kinda like being squished. Yay. I did it, I got the gold.
We are family!
For golden scales!
For golden scales! There's only gold for the bold, and we're bold.
Hi, Molly!
Oh, come on, you creeps! Just give up already!
Okay.
We're sending in the drop pod. Head for LZ.
Gold for the bold! That's how it goes!
Whoa.
You're out!
I'll take
All
this
right,
one.
loading back up. I feel rejuvenated.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
Let's go.
Oh my god, drop pod is so
Drop
far.
pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Goodbye.
No, it's raining again. Hey, I didn't step on it.
1, 2, 3, 4, move it!
Hostile propane and propane.
I couldn't say it with a straight face.
Sentry plate! Time to set it up. And behold, machine
Deadly
of death.
neurotoxin. Oh yeah! No more grenades left. Deadly neurotoxin.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
For golden scales! The golden scale are on the trail!
Gold for the bowl.
Hey, I think I found something! Thick mule.
Come on, we can do this. Come on.
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. sequence. Deep Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
Oh yeah! For golden
Green
scale!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
Green
Let's swirl for golden delicious.
Right here, baby.
I don't know how I survived. I killed 98, not even 100. Not even 100. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. How in fuck's name?
Come on, brothers and sisters, let's get psyched for this.
I'm gonna get that die real quick.
Oceran sightings are pouring in from every planetary region, so stay.
I'm gonna get die. Let's do it. Have good evening, Hackblade. And thanks for hanging around. I offer you plush. My plush.
Rock and stone! Come on, you gotta admit, it's kinda catchy.
Right, let's do it.
For every life Hoxus takes from us Kobolds shall take back from it tenfold!
Okay. Hey. Yeah.
Golden scales!
My leg.
Rock and stone! Come on, I just had to do it once. Yeah! Let's wail for golden scale!
Okay. You're gonna get out of breath and kobold again. Oh. Oh, okay. What time's now actually? 4? I wanna play more.
What is this? Kindergarten? You should feel ashamed of yourself.
Kindergarten? Kobo 1.
Mission selected. Powering up the drop pod. Get on board, team. Barrels are to be left alone and not hurled, kicked, tossed, or in any way moved around.
Walk faster. Oh, I'm still trying to catch my breath. Carrying heavy loads? That's good.
I've got heavy lifting duty today, Lloyd. How about some backbreaker stout? Give me a little boost. I'm definitely gonna get myself one of these sometimes.
Golden scales!
We don't need that here.
The
Oh.
golden scale are on the trail!
Mine, our purpose,
May
our
those that tower
existence,
above us
and our
always surround us.
legacy.
What's up, guys?
We're still here.
Drink. It's okay, we drink for good.
Come on, you lazy gat!
Come on,
Get
guys!
over
You think
here!
I'd miss this? No, never!
details.
Yeah! Let's...
Speech check? Even that is actually hard to pronounce. Speech check.
There's only gold for the bolt.
You don't know what you're missing with.
You got no idea. You don't know what you're looking at. When you're looking at.
Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it. For golden scales.
This is a simple mining mission. Deposit your quota of morkite into the mule, and we'll send a drop pod to get you out.
Oh, this is not Resty site. Resty night. Go. What is this? Oh. Glowly. Whoa.
Right over there, guys.
What are we doing with this one? Extract more kite? Oh. Wait, that's
Good
bad.
luck shredding my scales.
What are even the purpose of these things? Cha-ching! Got some blockage here. Move your butt over here and hurry, please.
Cheese.
Platform out. Yeah, bag's full. Can't carry it alone.
Nature. Hi,
Boy,
Zoe.
I feel like a farmer because there sure is a lot of carrot to collect down here. Specifically, 24 carat. Yeah, I was waiting to use that one.
Oh, this is a dead. Oh, I thought it's a dead end. Hope 3 is doing it. Welcome. I don't like that sound.
Oh yeah, gun's ready.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
The bullet.
Sentry turret armed. I live for this!
You've been taking tips on how to help people from a frickin' goblin?
What's the sound? That thing's... Oh my god, that thing is failing. Vulture? Go. I'm doing pretty okay. I get to mine shiny. And being carried by a big dragon. Wait. How the fuck did I die in 10 milliseconds?
I was hatched ready.
I died in...
Looks like you got a flat tire, bug.
I died in 10 milliseconds. What was that?
And thus, this will be the moment this kobold did not die.
Thank you, dragon.
Red sugar will perk you right up.
Must get chain. Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Yep, that's about all I can carry.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Full impact.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
If only I was an orc.
Go.
Here's your second helping.
Looks like we're gonna have to clear this out.
Whoa.
Come on, girl, move it.
It's just a hole down.
Cheese.
Ultra sticky gas.
Propane and propane.
Say it with a straight face.
Unblock up.
Platform created.
Hopefully that works.
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up. Armed and ready.
What?
Get out of my face, Shredder! Passing gas! Come on, I had to. Away from me, you oversized shaver! Look that popped! Yeah, bring the noise!
Scanner showed the wave is thinning out. Take out the rest of them, stat.
Maybe having that tiny hole is not bad. It's easier to manage the horde.
Platform.
Cheese.
I love the smell of gunpowder!
Cheese.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Yeah.
Locked and loaded. What? Struggling to kill a Kobo? That's just a
Well, one of the few things I actually do like about Hoxus. It rains in the caves.
I feel fresh out of the egg.
Okay, it's a little explosion. Oh yeah, fish doesn't work anymore, I forgot. Oh no.
For the pack.
Is this a shortcut? What is that?
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
Don't make it sound. Oh, they explode. Okay. Right, they explode.
I've still got more to offer.
Shout for the pack.
Let's do it.
Mhm.
For golden scales.
Oserin Bone Collector! Let's get it!
Let's get it? Okay.
Detected. Get it, team. Management wants it.
It's so fast.
Platform placed.
All right. New coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner.
Oh yeah. Guns ready.
It went there.
There's goo here. Molly! Where are you?
There are rich Oseum deposits in your area, team. Put your picks to work, but keep an eye out. The Oserans will not take kindly to your presence.
I should be careful, I feel like.
Right over here, Molly. Come on. Sentry gun placed. Ready to be built. All set. Let the automatic shooting begin.
Open fire! Has to be scrapped!
Take your appendages here.
Good work, team. Now break free whatever Oseum remains in the area and bring it to the mule.
Get over here, Molly.
Wow, this is a lot
I
of
ran
them.
dry.
What is that? Oh, sorry.
No, then watch where you're shooting.
I was shooting at dragon all the time.
You guys deaf and blind? Look.
That worked.
All Oseum gems collected. Well done, team.
Nice. I got tough skills.
Hey guys, you missing something?
Oh,
That's all
okay.
you got!
I'm not doing any damage to this thing.
Time to get busy, miners. Swarm detected.
Wow, that was crazy. I'm not doing any damage to that thing. I'm here.
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him. Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
Free supplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. Okay, taking ammunition. Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Big one.
Breathe easy, you freaks! I
Aw.
love blowing shit up!
Is that my gun? What happened? Why is my gun there on the ground?
No, what do I do? Oh, I know. Keep shooting. Your day, it shall not be.
Hey, you're not supposed to be dead. It's okay. I'm not dead. I'm just
Sentry gun placed. Ready to
I'm
be
just
built.
lying down.
Sentry up. Let it rip.
I'm free.
Platform
Yay.
set, sturdy, and ready.
Real. Can't bring the winged.
Look, it's useless now.
I should probably take some.
Okay, collecting ammunition. Oh, yeah!
Is that mega shiny? What the heck? Hmm. Long creature? Yeah. Bring long. I want to take one more resupply. Might be greedy, but
Gassing them out! Alright, loading back up.
I need that corrosive sludge
Just what I needed.
bullet.
It has to be done. It has to be done. Sometimes it has to be done.
Did I kill a loot bug? Wait, that's a dirt that I need to dig.
Chief.
Platform set and ready to use.
What?
Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
You know what this reminds me of? The fact I hate touchscreens! There, you see? Only took a few bullets, a few shots to the right circuits, and it's pointing the gun in the right direction.
I have muscle memory.
I love this job.
I like the
I
shiny
don't think
thing.
I'll ever get bored of exploring these tunnels. That had to hurt! Where is that old girl? Molly!
Must have gone.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Mini explosion. Explosion good.
Chief.
Platform placed.
Hmm? What's that sound? Oh my god.
I'm sure it will work eventually.
I assume that's a misclick.
No more stingtail!
Yes,
I
solid.
told you I'm the king of pinball! Molly, I need you here.
A Kobo power snaps. It power naps.
Nope, can't carry anymore.
Gold. Must have gone.
Taste my might! Cha-ching! And depositing minerals. I think we need to dig here.
Just a second. Interesting dig area. What is that?
Bloody McTerrors are onto you, team. Best dig in and get ready.
Uh-oh.
Hydra down!
Wait, are you not mine? Shit ass.
Attention! McTerra's woe is here.
And now you're nothing but nuts. I guess you should have bolted. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar. Yeah. Hey, am I the only one keeping score here? Highly flammable gas.
Sturdy and ready.
I'm not kidding. Be careful.
Wow, this slowdown is insane. Oh my god, I survived because Dragon got here.
Now is not the time.
The last of the wave is approaching you now. Keep it together.
I felt like corrosive sludge pump wasn't the best there. Nitra. Oh, this is the way forward.
Platform up. Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg. Hey, look what I found! Right on my mark.
Just what I needed.
Hey, looky, looky!
Never felt better.
Pinged.
Oh, I'm fully healed. I already forgot where that soil was.
Hold up! I need the mule. Nah, no more room. Got a deposit.
I can take the rest.
I'm gonna need the mule.
Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarves.
I'll shred you to pieces! Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up. Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
That's a sentry marker. Yeah, okay.
Rot infector here!
Stay clear of the explosive bomb!
One less Clifford! Turret armed!
I'll shoot it.
Rot infector down! Looks like you're the one that should have gotten down, Mr. Sniper!
Ooh, they hurt.
Oh crap. I'm all out!
Hope you got a good look at me.
Do we not have free supply? Uh-oh.
Resupply ordered!
Yeah, okay.
Nitra's been withdrawn, and supply pod is inbound.
Get off of my land, Burster!
Watch and learn.
Resupply pod is here! Everybody collect ammunition! Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Sentry armed!
I don't know if the corrosive sludge
Sentry
pump is
placed and
working.
ready to be armed.
Looks like it's working.
Ammo taken.
I'll take it later.
Now it's a party!
I mean, mining more kind of reminds me of like when I was playing Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Like mining Morkite here, one hit breaks Morkite, and then in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor it takes like 25,000 hits to break a Morkite chunk. It's like, huh.
Good work. Objective completed. Escape pod can be called
Interesting. You know,
A little bit for me,
interesting.
and a little bit for my friend here. I feel rejuvenated.
What this? What? Oh, these are the turret thing. I love how sometimes I can just hear cheese from far away.
Fuck!
Who?
Cheese.
Oh.
Platform created. Setting the shredders loose!
Bug sign. We got bug sign. Swarm incoming.
crap, while we have that thing going on. I'll try to go destroy it.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
I don't know what's going on with that thing. No one having swarm on my ass. They stopped? Uh-oh. Only to hit that thing with a corrosive slush pump.
Hang in there. The wave is almost dealt with. Dispatch whatever's left.
Whoa. No, sludge pump.
Suck on that!
I lasted a lot longer than I thought. I thought I was gonna die when I was at the turret thing. I feel like Brad Talk is just trying to save me over and over again with Hazard 5. They kill. Like
Thanks! Now let's get back at them!
Like 2-3 hits and then I'm dead. It's like, right? I want to clean the shame. This is my OCD speaking right here. Oh, that feels good.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
Oh, I almost fell.
Platform created.
Did Dragon see the last Bulu cap? No Bulu cap. The trophy? Oh. Right. I don't see the trophy though.
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
I was the mule and Molly was the... never mind, I don't want to...
You can hear the beep of the trophy? When the trophy beeps? Oh, holy shit. I honestly don't even know what the beep sounds like. Where am I? Wait, I thought I saw the thing up there. That's why I dug up. Oh. Oh, it's just a bull cap. Is that the beep? I don't think that was the beep. Is it? Was it? Although, to be honest, I don't even know what the beep sounds like, so... It might be hard for me to find it, unless I just happen to stumble upon it. We call evac even near landed trophy? Yeah. What was that sound?
Okay, okay, taking ammunition.
Think I go up from here? Yeah.
Smooth as always, team. Drop pod is on the way.
I hear it again.
Drop pod arrived. Mule is returning to LZ. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Oh, what is that roller thing?
Let me those ears, and then those eyes, and then look over here.
We're running out of time, come on!
Pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Come on! I've got plenty to spare!
Anniversary trophy secured. Well done, team. Performance point bonus is active. The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence.
But I'm pulling you over. This pod ain't gonna wait around forever. Come on.
Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitter.
They shall tell tales of the golden scales shall prevail.
None can match.
Extraction commencing. Good work.
Access
Dragon
golden
too
scales
strong.
on the rails. Nothing. Golden scales.
Dragon very strong. Hey, I did over 100 this time. Anniversary trophies for the performance bonus thing, right? That was 35 minutes just right. The mission time? Oh. It's weird.
Gold for the bolt. Golden scales, golden scales. Oh yeah.
No way. My money is at 69,966. 69,966.
Drop pod is cleared warm-up. Time to get to work, team.
Let's do one last one and then... Yeah, let's do one more and then I want to go to VR chat and do a little bit of fishing. Carrying heavy load? Do we need this? Extract for Lazy Night? Of course. VR Kobo? Yeah, I'm not using VR. I just want to fish over there. Because Celeste
more than the backbreaker stout. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Celeste made me found, oh well, Celeste showed me the fishing world in VR chat. I think I favorited it, which I think that should work properly.
Golden scales shall prevail.
Yeah, raise those muds.
Yeah, come on, raise those pickaxes. To smashing open hoxies as well
Golden
as any other butt that gets in our way.
That's a dwarf bold. Cold dwarf. Cold dwarf.
That's the stuff. Oh yeah. Just what I needed.
If this continues, management
Whoa, what
and
the
will
book?
to close the Abyss Bar. Is that what you want?
For the bolt.
I'm coming.
Drop sequence initiated.
Again, Stow!
Let me guess, you guys are just as scared as me? Good.
And then the sudden fuck.
I knew it! Your dice are loaded!
It's no old wives' tale. We are indeed the Golden Scale. Come on, I'm this close to pressing the manual.
Scrap nesting grounds? Scrub.
Beholds are on the march, here they come, tippity-tappity. It's no old wives' tale. We are indeed the Golden Scale. Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it.
The kobolds everywhere.
It's resonite masses this time, team. Big yellow chunks in the ground. Locate them, dig them free, and launch them into orbit.
Hello, bye-bye.
I should drink. Thank you.
There's only gold for the bolt, and we're
Our
bold.
scales shall gleam like gold. Golden scales, golden scales. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh.
Holly, come here.
My OCD is weird sometimes.
I live for this. Making it glow.
Why are they talking about golden skills so much? Is there a golden drink in this game that loses skills so much? I don't think so. I could one-shot the tiny thing.
Up, miners. Look out for that resonite deposit. We will send in the rockets for it once you have it excavated.
Get out of here! I'm trying to dig gold. What the heck?
One
Oh
less
shit!
Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
I'll dig this one now.
You're making good progress. Excavation at 50%.
Honestly, sometimes so lucky. Molly, could you get over here?
Down you go!
Overheated.
Consider yourself grounded, Butterfly. Now this is why I'm here with these
Yikey beaky, why there's suddenly so many? I'm trying to excavate this thing. Why is there no progress?
Gotcha!
Excavation phase complete. Stand by for lift rockets and begin attachment phase.
Well, that was weird. Hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow.
Lift pods here, team. Grab the lift rockets and secure them to the sides of the resonite mass.
They hurt.
Thus, this will be the moment
Thank
this kobold did not die.
Why are you bullying me?
Not getting ads? Are they turned off? Not to my knowledge, they're not. More hit. Oh. Hey, you getting killed by a small, tiny scribble.
I love the smell of gunpowder.
I was too reckless. Good call.
I'll speak highly of you. You can rest assured on that.
But I didn't do anything.
Attachment complete. Return to the lift pod to launch the resonite mass.
Oh,
Brace
this
yourselves for impact.
okay. I learned.
A massive swarm and collision course.
That's a loose start here.
Let's not call for the thing while there's a swarm going on.
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
Shall prevail.
I'll try not to die.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I call that a happy customer. That hit the spot.
Ain't nowhere I can't get to.
Come on, I'm your friend. Let's keep it that way.
I know. Seeing the cost of down my keyboard nearby against the point usage instead. Oh, it's okay. I'm taking aggro? That's nice. Oh no, even Dragon is getting swarmed. No! Oh no, I'm wild.
You're almost through the wave, team. Go, go! Roger that. Supplies are coming.
I don't know if me taking some aggro helps here, but I couldn't even take like 5 hits.
All right, loading back up. Yeah, there's the adrenaline. Yeah, that had to hurt. I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now. Heat flare up. I was hatched ready. Come on, how can one fail a game of fetch?
Wow.
You saved me! Thank you! For the pack! Yeah! Bring the noise!
Oh my god, I cannot hit him. Dragon too strong.
I love that sound.
Come on, everybody! Show me how thick your scales are!
None can match our thick.
That's one resonant mass blasting off. There's more where that one came from, so get to it.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Yeah!
Warming up the place.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
Locked and loaded. There, making it glow. Molly! Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know. Woo! Coming through!
Contact! Lock and load.
Just when I thought things were getting boring!
I sell propane and propane.
I couldn't say it with a straight face!
I need to lock in. Uh-oh.
Passing the gas! That's all? Kaboom! You're ridiculous!
Oh, that uses a lot of my bullet.
The wave is almost over. Wipe out what's left.
Passing gas! Come on, I never get tired of blowing stuff up. Now it's a party! That had to hurt! Badass!
Watch where you step. Maggot. Maggot.
Make it.
Looks like a crap nugget.
Versus the ones back home. Shout for the pack!
Looks like a crap nugget. It spills like a crap nugget.
Locked and loaded. Going for the bold. That's how it goes.
We are family!
Warming things up.
I didn't die this time. Holy shit. I'll take one more.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Okay, taking ammunition. Ammo taken.
Yeah!
Just what I need.
I'm gonna go
Got some
beat
blockage
that
here.
one.
Go in scales. Warming up the place.
Many shiny.
I've missed you too, Hotsies!
Molly, I need you here.
Guess I need to use more of this corrosive sludge bomb. Especially when there's a swarm, I just need to spam it.
Warming things up.
These things are hard to hit.
Am I the only one keeping score here? I've lost track of how many times your butt has ended up in my face, Molly, and not in a good way.
You stuck your webs into my business for the last time.
How was I supposed to get that gold on it? Is this dead end? Whoa. I think I'll be fine.
Is that all you got? Taste my might!
I'm gonna do damage to this thing. Oh my god. So I guess I'm just not doing any damage here.
Interior heating. Love it. Someone pinch my tail because I think I see a satellite deposit.
Oh, I dig the wrong way. I am ready. I'll push this one.
Hey, Tridolite! I'm a fire in my laser!
Uh-oh.
Well, a Tritolite deposit. We thought we'd lost this one. As you can see, previous teams tried getting through the outer shell of this thing, but failed. We're sending in a nanite bomb dispenser for you. If those can't penetrate it, nothing will.
Oh my god, the bomb is so far. Ow, drill these guys.
You're not munching on this tail.
Okay.
Oh yeah, locked and loaded.
I can take it. Eh.
Hey, don't be shocked we had it in the bag since the beginning.
Rock and Stony. Hi Fluffy and hi Tikaka.
Primed and ready.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
Oh my god, I couldn't hit these guys. Get out of here. They don't do any damage. Hi Tikaka.
Today I learned that you should never ever touch a penguin.
Oh my god, I couldn't.
Penguins have a thin layer of oil coating their feathers that keeps them waterproof and holds in
I don't know why I
body
decided to pay attention to the
heat.
text to
If a human
speech.
touches
Wait,
them,
have I
the
still got
oil
all my
rubs
bits
off
and
their
pieces?
feathers and
Never mind,
threatens their
later.
survival.
How do you find your friend the survival? No, I know you should never touch your penguin. Ah. now I don't have the thing.
Skittering horde inbound, team. Swarmers. Lots of them.
But yeah, I heard about like never touching penguins, but I never really learned about why.
Better stand back.
But now I know.
The swarmers are here.
Afraid to fight us now that your warden is gone? Well, stand it back in a second.
Oh my god.
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go
What?
get it.
Oh.
I'm sure it will work eventually.
I didn't even see that. I didn't even see the resupply landing on me. It's like, what happened? Oh my.
Okay.
Corrosive
now
stuff.
I'm pissed off.
Oh my god, there's zero chance of survival here. Those things are tough to
One
hit.
bullet each. Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more.
Wave is almost over.
Well, you know, and knowing is half the battle. Pretty much.
If you bugs can't kill Kobo, then might as well throw in the towel. You're done.
I should be able to deal with the swarmers, but I don't know why I keep dying. I'm too paper.
Crap! I'm out. Coming your way. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
I guess it's not my time yet.
I live.
And down it goes.
Whee!
Loading up for more destruction.
Interior
I feel rejuvenated.
Looks like we're gonna have to clear this out.
Kobo with 3 HP, yeah.
Our scales shall gleam like gold.
That's
Golden
right.
scales.
The golden scale are on the trail.
Everything
Loading up for more
hurts.
destruction.
Can it be a bad bolt and just take the rest of the resupply? I wanna be a bad bolt.
Ammo taken.
Yeah, I'm a bad bolt. Hi, it's this guy's again. Hiya.
Die!
I hate those things. Oh my god, Nitra! I'm a Kobo 3 HP, that's why I have Dragon here helping me. Dragon's so strong, but I cannot. I just feel bad because I keep dying and causing so much like problems and shit. Hmm? Yikey picky! Oh! Not today! Not today! Not today! Oh my god, I don't know what's hitting me. Oh, dude. Oh!
Glyph and web spinner killed.
I survived somehow.
Too fast for you.
How do you expect to hit that thing when that thing's just like constantly moving like that? What the fuck? Using that, I guess. How did we get separated? Oh shit. Yeah, the fuck? So rude. That's right, I'm playing Counter-Strike. Go people. I don't think I'm crewing though. That I don't cool green.
Times like this, I wish I could whistle.
Oh, Metal is doing good. Uh-oh, I got separated too much. Oh my god, Dragon found me.
Warming up the place. There's only gold for the bolt, and we're
There's
full.
only gold for the bolt!
It's only gold for the bowl.
Alright, new coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner.
Interior heating.
What's your ammo count? I mean, if you can! Fuck!
I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of you.
Bunker up, team. Swarm incoming.
Many.
Cargo shuttle loses its cargo in the caves. Unbelievable. Well done, miners. Performance point bonus is active. The swarm is upon you.
Paint the whole cave with your blood! Sorry to pass gas!
The stream of incoming enemies is practically eradicated, and you're still alive. Well done.
Holy owl.
What's in? I ran dry! Need more ammo! One down, two down, come on! I can do this!
I still have the corrosive sludge pump. And smash him with a pick. I did the big power hit.
Hey guys, you missing something? Hey, looky looky.
Want me to dig there? Okay. Oh. Isn't... Oh,
This
oh.
sure would go a lot faster if I wasn't doing all
Warming
the
up the
work.
place. Resupply order.
One stinky
Stand back.
gas.
Supply pod inbound.
Toxin. Oh yeah!
Halfway done. Stay on schedule.
Oh my god.
Set him up! Knock him dead!
Oh my
And I'm
god.
getting paid for this shit! This is a lie!
The warden ain't here to watch over you now, Bugs.
God damn it. I was just digging. I was just digging, no.
Taste my might.
I need to quickly excavate this
Automac
Oh,
place.
smiles upon you.
Boards are overrated.
Thank you.
Think I can add archaeologist to my resume?
The resonite mass is freed. Await lift rockets.
Never felt better.
All right, loading back up.
Many.
Alright, set up the lift rockets so we'll be ready for launch.
Down, two down, come on! I can do this better now.
What you gonna do now? Gotcha. Heat warmers up. Don't look directly at it. Locked and loaded.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, didn't I throw 4? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
I thought it fell down. Floofy dragon sounds cute. All dragons cute in Kobo thinks all dragon cute. The golden scale? I want the golden
Gold
scale.
and scales, baby!
I'm cute. Heck yeah.
Attachment phase complete. Push the button on the lift pod to launch the payload.
Ugh! Just as gross as the ones back home!
What?
For the pack!
Locked and loaded.
Dome.
Excellent work, miners.
Oh, that's the way to go? I found the grove. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Holy shit. Thank you, Kobo. I'll do all the things after this debroken match. What is that? Ay.
It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxic, lipid slice of cheese!
Look at those things. Thanks for a Kobo gold. Sorry, I'm a little bit like I'm trying to not die. I'm trying to not die. How was stream? You were playing Mugenics? Nice. Hopefully the game was fun. And Kobo, take here. Oh yeah, I never said this, but I hope Dikakai is doing good as well.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Oh, they dodged that.
Warming things up. Nothing escapes this Kobo.
I'll take one more.
A little bit for me, a
Kobo.
little bit for my friend here.
Let me those ears, and then those eyes, and then look away while collecting ammunition. Oh yeah.
More Kobo. And thanks for helping me shout out Kobo.
Race over, miners. Swarm headed directly for you.
Hey, shiny. Where? How'd you get up there? Wait. I'm coming.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Highly flammable gas! Yeah, I'm not kidding, get careful. From downtown!
I'm surviving somehow. Not anymore. I'm paper. We in rest, of course. And thanks for raiding it. The post-stream case is very important. Get that rest. Go. Thanks again. Big appreciate. And I hope your stream was great. Oh my god, it's all fire here.
The wave is significantly diminished. Well done, team.
Well done, team. Yeah, sure, team. Sure, team. Oh my god, and the big one. Kobo don't know how Dragon is surviving, but Dragon is surviving. Holy crap.
Resupply on its way.
No. Oh,
Hang in there.
they found.
Supplies are on the way.
Brecktalk found the Racy Knight thing.
And off I go.
Am I here? I don't even know. Oh, I am. I mean, look at that.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. Yeah, making it glow. Slam dunk. Cha-ching.
Higher mobility to avoid the bugs? I guess I'm pretty slow, yeah. Thank you. I think this is my...
Down you go! I missed you too, see?
This is my 100th death, I think.
Well done. Secondary objective completed.
Open fire! Have to be scrapped!
Down you go!
I guess that's easier to hit. I'm coming.
All right, loading back up. Never felt better. Check out this move.
You're halfway there, team. Keep it up. Excavation at 100%. Well done. Stand by. Lift rockets are on the way.
Whoa.
Lift rockets have been delivered. Attach them to the resonite mass and get ready to launch.
Reloading. Loading up for more destruction. I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of you. A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg.
Okay.
coordinates are reading green. Hit the button on the pod to initiate launch. Retrieving lift rockets.
This is just my OCD speaking here.
Swarm on a direct intercept course.
My favorite music? I'm not gonna die here. I'm gonna die already. Not today, Brotan! Not today!
Come on, I had to.
Ayah! That was quick. Well, at least I have gas here. Hiya! I just cannot, like, I'm too soft. How do I even survive? Every swarm I just die. Oh, my favorite music too, god damn it. Maybe I'm just not fit for I'm not fit for Has 5 for now. Maybe there's some sort of become more tanky thing? If the more I play, question mark, maybe? Like there's more for my armor and shit? Because I don't know, I feel like one moment that I'm just suddenly getting hit 10 times over and then I suddenly died. Best music in the game.
Oh shit! It's a plane! No.
Hostiles are backing down. Finish them.
Oh yeah, music is so hype.
Interior heating. Love it.
Oh, is that me? How did I... Why am I floating? Why am I floating? What?
Now that your warden is gone? Well, stick!
I did the Kobo flame. I cannot crawl, right? Yeah, I cannot crawl. Kobo is uppies? Yeah, I have the invisible uppies.
From yours truly. Slam dunk! Huh?
Oh, it's the...
I've still got more
the
to
gas,
offer.
the gas.
Let's do it.
Tell your ancestors I said hi! Okay, taking ammunition. That hit the spot.
I still have a lot of bullet.
It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxin. Yeah.
Alright, let me follow Dragon. Oh no, I cannot run. What? Is the game trying to bully me or some shit? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I can fly.
Try to catch me now, cave crawlers! Just what I needed.
Taste my might! Warming up the place. Oh yeah, guns ready.
Oh. I thought the loot bug is gonna die.
Full impact!
That looks like a path forward. Oh wait, we've been here. What? Oh, we did a loop. Whoa, what a shot. I cheated. I'm using a mod.
Swarm detected. Light him up, miners.
Okay, I'll try to survive this time.
Nice and glowing. The golden scale are on the trail. Oh yeah, we're golden scale swaying out
on the golden scale.
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
Sorry to pass gas. Kablamo! It's a party. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters. Just try to catch me. Walk.
Bring the noise.
We have things over there.
I sell propane and propane.
That was the last one. I couldn't say it with a straight face.
Sorry.
Keep fighting, team. You're almost through the wave.
Oh, I know. Keep shooting.
Come on, let me hear you shout for the pack.
I gotta catch it for my life.
There's only gold for the bolt, and we're bold.
I guess I somehow survived. I'll take it.
And away I go! Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Looks like we've been here. Or at least I threw the thing.
Look at me go! Nice and glowing.
Oh yeah, this is the place we threw the bombs.
Fly, you fools! That had to hurt!
Ooh.
Gold and scale.
I don't like those things. They fly too hard to hit.
Toys ever!
Did we came from here? I think so, yeah. Maybe if we keep going here? I know it's dangerous, but I kinda want to run around and help find the thing as well. Even though it kinda feels like just running in circles. Yeah, we came from here. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Unless there's something else here? I don't think so. This is where the rock is. Does it show a map, that big thing? Yeah. Penny.
The least one can do is make it quick and make sure it doesn't go to waste.
Oh yeah! This is the line!
Oh. Hi, Nina. Oh, I'm dying. It's simply not there. Oh, not even on the
Load
map.
up your guns and sharpen your pickaxes. We got an incoming swarm.
Resupply ordered.
Supplies are on the way.
What the heck?
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him.
Resupply line is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Let me quickly
Ammo
take
taken!
one.
I feel rejuvenated! What's your ammo count? Gassing them out! Crap! That was the last one I've got!
Warming things up.
That burrowing away was only gonna work for so long! That's me!
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can survive without the corrosive sludge pump.
Oh, by the way, caught another dwarf trying to sneak a pat on my head.
What's purple? Is purple the thing? Oh, okay, that's purple. Okay. Then we don't need the purple. Green is Molly. That purple is ridiculously far though. Get drilled. I cannot aim.
Oh, just face it already! You can't scare a kobold, well, you're just not scary at all!
It's a bug? Probably. We cannot return via sub assignment, right? It's not monster hunty. It's not monster hunty. Yeah, we did. Weird.
Heat warmers up. Don't look directly at it.
And then
Cha-ching!
sad Kobo noises.
Catch me if you can!
Whoa. And then I shot it. Dragon.
I believe in Steve!
Praetorian Crush! Wait, what are we just against though? Warming things up.
I guess we leave this one. You have a Steve plush? Heck yeah. Yeah, the kobold is a mob. Fair enough. Kobold considered this a window. Oh, search for a third time?
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Okay, you get it.
I guess we
Come on, let me hear you shout for the pack.
could search
Kobold making a
for
foothold,
a
that's how it's done.
final time.
Golden scales.
Maybe Kobo blind?
There's only gold for the bold.
Golden
and we're
scales
bold.
shall prevail!
Oh, something's coming.
Don't fight the power. Share it down, two down, come on. I'm gonna need to resupply. Oh yeah, guns ready.
Hi, Summer. Yeah, eat them, Steve. Yeah, this one.
Interior heating, love it. I was hatched ready there, making it glow. I bet you guys are so jealous right now.
Let's
Far out, brothers
abort
and sisters.
this one.
Come on, don't make me regret working with you.
How do I abort mission? Oh, we aborted mission. Okay. Oh, host. Oh, okay. Hey, you're draining other kobolds on stream? Yeah. Ooh. 9 times, Brotan. Oh my god. 9 times, crazy. I think Hazard 5 might be a little bit too tough for me. With my current level, since I'm like still baby, I think. I don't know if I'm still baby though. How long have I played this game?
Scales, baby.
total playtime 157 hours according to Steam.
Yeah! Shout for the pack!
157 hours, I don't think that's...
Thick your scales are!
I don't think it's too big.
Stop the leaf lovers. I'm going all the way. Blackout stout, Lloyd. Hello there. For the tribe. May we earn the respect of our fellow dwarf co-workers. Not that we need it. For the pack. Check us out now, fluffy dwarf. We survived Oxy so far. Let's see if we can survive this brew. I needed that. I needed that.
Oh shit.
Come on, I don't think I hear you!
Let loose, kobolds! Curse you,
Golden
deep
scales,
rock
golden
Aladdin!
scales.
purpose?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
It's fulfilled.
Golden scales!
Hell yeah, that was good.
Kobolds?
Make a foothold. That's how it's done.
Golden
Yeah!
scales!
Shout for the pack!
Yeah! Let me hear you shout for the pack!
Smells like a damn hospital in here.
Hello there.
No touching the sample containers, please. They're not
What's
built
this?
for dwarf
Why
antics.
does management keep storing their crap here?
Yeah.
They shall tell tales of
seriously
the golden
convert our
scales!
frickin'
It's
water
all over.
dispenser
Us
to this
kobolds and
thing.
the dwarves are gonna replace all of this
golden
with lava.
scales!
Just you wait. Rockin'
Is
stew!
this worth
Come on,
preserving?
it's kinda catchy.
Our scales shall gleam like gold!
Buy a round of explosive drink, that one's fun.
There's only gold for the bold here! And I'd say we're more than bold enough for the bold!
I'm gonna fish though. But I do
We're golden scales swaying our tails!
We are family!
I do plan on playing this in the future more. Ooh.
Stop shaking the decorations around.
Yeah, I do plan on playing this more in the future. Like maybe...
Pink slip, it's a script!
Actually, it's kind of fine now. Maybe I just happened to get unlucky with my previous stream, which is like 2 years ago. Very unlucky. But it's fun. It's fun when it's like... I mean, I do still feel a little bit bad because I keep like... I keep dying and shit.
Whoops!
What the?
Never gonna run around and desert you!
Is it a bomb? Oh. Oh.
Excuse me!
Oh shit. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 teleportation?
This will never get old. Watch out, Hoxus! Golden scales are on the rails! Golden scales shall prevail! None can match our thick scales, or our thick-headed bears only gold for the bold here! And I'd say we're more than golden scales! Oh yeah! We're golden scales swaying our tails, baby! Golden scales!
No, I need more inhale. Helium.
Some old habits never die.
Golden scale!
Gold for the bold! That's how it goes!
Gold for the bold!
Come on! Let me hear you shout for the pack!
Excuse me, but
Let's
the
wail
Kobo
for
needs to be
golden
reminded that he is in
scale!
fact a very good guy.
Golden scale!
Pet pat.
Hmm.
Golden scales! Golden scales!
Gold and scales, baby!
No home wine sale! We are
I'm
golden
so
scale!
oddly compelled to keep doing this! Shout for the pack!
Oh, helium doesn't work on me anymore.
Let loose, kobolds!
I'm gonna close the game for now. And then I'm going to take a small break. And then let's do a short fishing session on VR chat. It's not like a gathering or something, it's just kind of I kind of just want to fish.
TUTFY8OGTYRYIUL Kai GJYYTIYLGT4YTYTIULUYKPGIGYK.
For golden scales!
Yeah, we love you, Sappho. Right, let's exit to desktop.
Yeah! Golden scales!
Thank you, Brett Talk, for carrying this little kobold who doesn't know how to play. Thank you. But also, I feel bad because holy, I keep dying. But alright, let's open up YouTube. And I wanna open up the music real quick. Peach Citrus Tea. I mean, I was listening to this one, Blossom Latte. I don't know what these are, but I like it. And then I'm gonna take a small break. Okay. You did great for your first hands 5? Well, I guess. I feel like I died too many times, so I'm just causing too much problem for your run. But I'm glad you think that I did great. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go toilet real quick and also open up the lights. Kobo pick, Kobo pick. Kobo wants mini fish. Do I want to put VR chat? I'm a little bit scared. I don't know if I want to put the category as VR chat. I kind of want to put just chatting here. I don't know, I kind of feel weird putting it as VR chat. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I think it's fine. Holy, that's a lot of people. Nah, I'm not gonna get noticed. It's fine. Okay, let's do VR chat for a little bit. I think I know how to get to fish. I think. Oh wait, let me. I wonder if I can open up music while playing VR chat. Maybe if I load this in 144, maybe? Because I feel like I want to listen to this one while I fish. Would be better, I feel like. Wise words, I know, right? Uh-oh. This Kobo is gonna become a VR chat streamer? Oh shit. Oh shit. And solely for the sake of fishing. That's it. That's it. That's pretty much it. Just for fishing. And then we see her in Sun's avatar she forgot to swap out of. I don't think... Oh, actually I have a few, but I never really feel comfortable using them when I'm in Celeste VR chat. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't want to use them because it's bad. Yeah, I actually... Yeah, I do. I have a few sus avatar. Like those drone or full latex ones. I don't know, at some point I just kind of feel like curious about like if they have stuff like these. And then I started to like go search for something like that, and then they do, so it's kind of weird. Now it's kind of weird talking about it, but of course I'm not gonna show it on stream. It would be... I don't want to get banned. Why is it loading for 10 years? What is this? Is my PC dying? It might be actually. Can I do this? Like, if I do this, it's gonna be full screen for y'all? Kind of. It still has that... Oh, part. Is my VR chat dead or something? I cannot open this thing. Is my PC dead? Let me check my task manager. It's not necessarily... Oh, it's going up. Oh, it's going down again. 69% CPU? Nice. Such a cute... Do you make an open lobby or close for friends? I think I should be... I think I kind of want to make it close for friends. Would be nice. Oh wait, I'm in. I was checking... I was just checking... task manager. See? Webcam incompatible or used by another app. All right. Is it by... Oh, it's used by another app, of course. Okay, let me... I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm going to... work? Yeah, it totally does. Okay, okay, so give me a second. Oh my god, why am I so red? What the fuck is going on? Why am I so red? What is this? Yeah, why am I so red? I mean, I'm checking out my camera, but I'm already in. Can invite you. Oh, that would be nice. I think I kind of need to reopen VR chat real quick. Huh? Oh, actually, I don't need that. I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not really trying to interact as much. So there won't be any like. I need to disable the selfie cam. Oh yeah, audio. World, I think? Yeah. And then graphics. Full screen on? It's full screen now. What is this? Oh, now I can scroll. Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Quality preset low. Mirror resolution level detail. FPS cap is 60. That should help with the frame rate issue. Night solar. Oh yeah, and tracking an IK. No, wait, where's the... Is it mirror? No. How do I disable the bottom right side thing again? I forgot. Avatar self-interact? No, I don't think that's it. Whoa, I don't know how to disable that. Grabbable? Oh, is this the one? Ah, okay. I want to be small. I mean, I needed to be big because of the blackout that I was playing this morning. There, that's perfect. Tiny bulb. Yay! And fishing with Tekken. This is the one. And turn on world audio. I'm stuck. Oh, I'm not stuck anymore. Holy, the game is running like shit. I already joined, right? So what's the world audio here? Maybe I can like disable music here. I'm level 1. Oh my god, the dragon. This is the dragon, oh my god. The actually VR chat is really nice with all the dragons and stuff. Wait, I can use my mic. Dragon. It's okay. I won't bombard with voices. It's okay. Is there a way to disable music in this place? Like just the music? Dragon. World music? I mean, it is just world. I don't think I can hear anything like... The heck is that? So it's how do I cast? I like this morning I was struggling so hard just to like try to cast. No? Oh, I'm the best. Holy shit. Yeah, it is like no noise in this world anymore. It's not exactly what I want. I got a Gabriel. Don't forget to place your... Oh! Do I have a frog? I don't have a pet though. Whoa. Oh, auto pet? Level 5 required. High, yeah. It needs level 5. Actually, then I'll turn off this music and then I'll just open up the music here then. Let's do 60. And then I can actually turn out some graphics here, I think. Make it medium, yeah. Fishing with Tekken. Alright, I do spin. I think I threw the wrong way. I threw the wrong way. Whoa. I got a tiny old book. It is for Kobo. Oh my god. I know how to cast now, finally. I have to give it a good spin before I cast it. So I guess this morning I was lagging because there was too many beautiful dragons, so... I remember playing Stardew Valley and I'm just spending the entire day just fishing. Bodo? You Johnny, look at dragon. I can use my hand now. Because I have my webcam like used. Can I join? Oh my god, sure, of course, Cracky. If you don't mind, I mean we're just being quiet here. I guess that's one way to cast it. I'll join too, but I have to leave for dinner soon. Oh, it's okay. There's always next time that we can do this, because I feel like I'm probably gonna get back to this world quite a bit. Or fishing. Oh my god, purple. Oh. Oh, purple. Oh, purple. Oh. I need the fish. I need this fish. Oh. Look. I got purple fish. Started with Kobo. How can Brekkie join? Like, what if I try to? What if I try to use a search? Can I use a search Brekkie here? I'll hide it just in case. Is that Brekkie? Is that Brekkie? I don't think that's Brekkie. I mean, it has the same name, but it has 1C88 at the end. I don't think I want to play Stardew anytime soon, if at all. Because Stardew having a time constraint to do stuff is just not what I like. I don't know how to add Brekkie. Oh, Brekkie can find me. I think if you search for Tira, you'll find me, I think. Let me try. Who this? Who this? Who used the name? What? A710? Why do they use my name? What? But this is me, by the way. I have this. I'm here. I have 5 avatar. And I have like Aang and Zor. Can you add me? I guess I can try. I don't know how to find you though. Are you Brekkie with numbers at the end name? Oh, get that time. I'll add Brekkie and then I'll get the tie. Oh, I'll invite Brekkie here, then I'll get the tie. Should just be Brekkie or Brekkie? Okay. I will search them. No, it's social user search. Oh my god! Friend request. Green dragon, wow. And then do one fish. Spin. Big spin. Uh oh. I don't think I can fish there. How the fuck? Oh yeah, I know this guys. Yeah, this is what I mean by like I do hang out with these guys like years ago, but not anymore. And location. Someone's wanted to play with me. Do you mind if I invite them too? I think so. I think it should be fine if it's like Brekkie's friend. But I'm not really talking in game though. I hope they don't mind. And I'm streaming too, so I cannot throw forward. Gray is bad fish, right? Aww. Yeah, we don't want to talk, you just want to say hi to you and then maybe walk out with my friend. Or I guess just say hi and then join them, that should be okay too. Yeah, sure. I don't mind you stopping by, it's totally fine. I think once you accept my friend request and then I can invite you to this instance. One throw. I can't wait. I cannot wait to look at the Breaky Dragon. Oh my god. Tiny cod. I love fish. God, I love fishing so much. I just got done playing a bit with others. Had to take a small eye break, putting up again. Oh, yeah, you do have a VR headset, right? Yeah. It's not as big of a throw as I hoped for. You do? Heck yeah, Brecky, amazing. I don't know if the game is too loud with that many fish. Anyone want to join? Oh yeah, anyone in chat who wants to join, like, just tell me. I can invite. Those who know, of course. Those who I know. Macareo. It's already past Tapkome. Why is there still Chinese lion dance going on? What the heck? Well. Goodness me. Bonus lion dance stream? I really love doing the Chinese lion dance, but gosh, my body just doesn't allow me to. Balkan umbrella. Right, let me see if I can invite Brecky. Oh wait, Brecky's booting up the game still, right? All friends. Is it okay? It looks like it's alphabetical. So if Brecky's online, I should be able to see it. It's funny too because I'm not like, I know this could be a little bit weird, but you know, being able to do casual stuff like this and then having a dragon there. Makes me feel happy, right? It totally does. Well, that's a cast, I think. SS being weird. Oh. Well, I don't mind if Brecky is not using headset, but then again, it's entirely dependent on if Brecky wants to use headset or not. I don't mind waiting. I'm gonna be here for a bit anyway, so. Whoa! What is this? Look, dragon, look. Shiny. That's super rare. Oh, oh my god. Never seen that. Holy shit. I'm streamer luck. Streamer luck. What can I say? That's streamer luck. I'm a lucky Kobo. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh my god, it's dragon. Hi Celeste, hi Sorrow, hi Darkwing. Where's your dragon at? Look. I have dragon here. Thank you, Breen. Ooh, how was Slay the Spire too? I think I've seen you play multiplayer. Was fun? Heck yeah, good to know, good to know. Thank you for You're still in a group fishing instance. This is a private instance here.
And welcome.
Because I saw, well, not I saw, but you introduced me to this world, and I was like, oh my god, fishing. I'm so sad that I cannot fish more in the morning. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do this now, because why not? I want to fish. I love fishing. So, thank you, Dragon, for letting me know about this instance. Also, welcome in, everyone. I'm Tiora. I'm Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. And also, hi V. I remember just like fishing so much in Stardew, but because there's a time constraint, so I just don't play Stardew anymore. And then this came out. The frog looks so cute. I want to buy a new rod. Can I buy a new rod? Oh yeah, also if any of you need post-stream care, definitely go do them. Right? Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Oh my god, weed. Look at that dragon. Oh my god. See? This is what makes me feel happy, okay?
I'm muted. Hello.
Hi, Becky. And Kobo is being pet. Oh my god.
Hello, Johnny. I like if you have the fishing rod on your head.
That's the new dragon technique. Brecky's model is super cute, says 3. I agree. Look at that. Mega adorable dragon.
I can dance somewhere.
You can dance?
I can die.
Oh my god, I can die too! Whoa! Okay, can I die while fishing? Oh, can I fish while dying? Yeah, I'm still dead.
Onscoin SGOJOIJSDP FOAFS
Advocate message?
DFAOKJSDFOP SFDOIPJ SOPI RBAR.
Oh my god, look at that beam.
Alright, I'll leave you to your fishing. I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah,
Hope
okay.
you have fun.
Thank you, Becky.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Look, fish. I'll swing fish around your headset.
I have a cool fish.
Becky is ultra cute, agreed.
I have a bracky fish.
You have a bracky fish? Oh my god. Holy shit, bracky fish. Can I take it?
You can carry it around, but I don't think you can do anything with it. Oh my god. Ow,
This is peak VR chat experience.
I don't have a feral dragon.
It's okay. Oh, it's like a bracky dragon. Wow, look at this height. I'm not gonna think too much about it.
I think I put my real life in here. Real height.
I did?
No, it's not.
Hug
It's
the
at
cuddly
1.5.
dragons.
Hug the cuddly dragons, says
There we go.
Starfling.
This is my real height.
Uh-oh. I'm using my Canon height, 75. 75
Can't
cm.
be updates.
I don't know how to make myself grabbable. Is it possible?
Me neither.
I don't think that's how.
I will disappear now. You have fun.
Okay. Bye bye, Breaky. Oh my god. Breaky's so cute, oh my god. All the dragons are cute, holy crap. I want this fish, why is it so difficult? Why are you being difficult, huh? God damn it. Maybe I need a better rod. Yeah, it's also because of stuff like these, it makes me want to buy VR headset at some point, but definitely not around these years. I've still got too much things that I need to like take care of. But surely if I can, you know. What? Only 346? I guess I'll sell all. I'm the best? I have 634 coin. This one is 750. God damn it. Alright, let's go fish more. You know, if I could get that... Oh. If I could get that... red fish, I'm gonna get so much money. Money is hard to get early, but once you get better rods, it will go quick. Oh, heck yeah. And that's really good to know. It's finally so nice to see Brecky's 3D model in person. Very, very nice. And I'm being pet too. Oh my god, free. We should fish like this. It's okay. Breathtalk doesn't know. Blessed old book. Shiny book.
I need a VR headset. Sorry, go fish.
I need a VR headset? Honestly, me too. If I can afford one, but I don't think I can. So this is good enough for me for now. Never seen this either? What? No way! Am I mega lucky? Good. Look at this chunky fish. Fish more to afford VR headset. I'm just level 20. Breathtalk, I'm level 4. And Kobo is only level 4. Level 20 is very stonk. I didn't know a lot of people like has been playing this fishing game. I only know about it today. This morning, hours ago. John is similar level to me. You're 21. Ooh, 21. Well, I'm 4, and I think I'm pretty good. Like, this is what I mean, right? This is very well implemented, I would say. You should get the toy rod first and then just fish 100 fish. You get a free rod then. Ooh, okay. 100 fish doesn't sound hard at all. Ooh, what a throw! Physics. I'm the best. I can stay here for hours on end. Like I'm not even joking when I say I really love fishing. I really do. Especially fishing in the game. I don't think I can fish in real life because I'm too scared. And I don't think I have the patience to. Oh, big. Holy big fish. Box fish. We got the red one. That was very nice fish. Well, that's a tiny throw. Or cast. I love how my beans is being shown like a very low poly way, and it's like kind of embarrassing. I got a new rusty tin can? Wow. That's food right there. How did I throw that far just now? My first AFK pet? I can place in water now. The frogs on the sand. Oh my goodness. I got my first AFK pet. Oh. I don't think that's a... Oh, that's a new frog? Wait, am I still dead? Oh. I'm still dead. Okay, I'm not dead anymore. Well, I got a line through Brad Hawk's face. Oh, shoot. That should be fine. Ooh. This one feels smaller, no? Oh my god, it's actually a lionfish! Zuri is right. Well, a little bit late, but holy shit, it's still a lionfish. Oh. What do you do, frog? Do you get fish for me? I mean, this game reminds me of wet fishing. But better because I get to play as my own avatar. Oh. Maybe I can get a toy rod now, I think. Oh. Oh, wait, I see it. Okay. Whoop. show off? I got a book. Oh my god, what is that? It's so big, holy shit. Oh my god, big fish. I'm being slapped by the big fish. And yeah, you get booked. Book. Uh-oh. We're just bullying this book. Right, watch this mega troll. Okay, that's not as mega as I thought. I thought it was cool. This one feels smaller, no? Hey, old relic piece. Old relic piece? Wait, where did... Oh, there you go. How did you get into the sand?
I'm just having technical difficulties, so I can fish with you a bit.
Whoa. Do you actually have to throw in, like, with a VR headset? Like, with your hand?
I can.
Oh. Oh.
But I can also just drop it here.
I want to throw really, really far. Plus
Do you
extra
wanna go
luck?
on the boat?
Can the boat be shared? Big throw. Oh. Can the boat hold a kobold and an extra dragon? You should get a toy rod now. You're right. I'm gonna go get the toy rod. I'll get the toy rod first. It's much better than the starter one, I believe. I'll sell all still. Unless I fish like a dragon, then I'll keep them. Whoa! I got a new rod! Whoa, am I doing a block?
I thought he spawned.
I'm here to hijack your boat. It is mine now. Because I'm the kobold. Oh, there's the oxygen meter. And heck yeah, that's one way to get up.
Yeah, there should be a seat right there where you're standing. Usually can sit down here.
Oh, is this the seat?
In the corner.
Isn't this a recycling bin? Whoa. Where am I? What is going on? What happened? Am I in the sky? Oh, did I fall off the map? I think I fall off the map. Can I fish still? Wow, this is great. You can't. Oh, went to the sky. I cannot fish. Oh, it's okay. We can respawn. Oh wait, no. I gotta drown. I'm drowning. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, this is not a horror game. You don't need to end a stinger like that. I'm alive. This looks normal. Yeah, totally. Oh wait, I can make the biggest throw ever. Oh, I'm not ready. Hiya. You landed in the light tower. I landed somewhere underwater. Break talk is that. I really wanted to play the audience monarchy as well, but I was so terrified. Oh! Oh my god, biggest throw ever.
You wanna try again with the boat?
Sure. I don't mind getting glitched again.
Once you go to the boat, there should be a should be able to click that.
Oh, look, I got a shiny shoe. Look, shiny. Shiny. I don't know what this is about, but it's shiny. Oh, I have to not use my rod. Okay, okay.
Sitting.
Yeah, I'm sitting.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know, but I'm seeing you.
You get different
Why are you flying away from your seat?
That's the boat physics is life behind.
Ah, okay. It's okay, I believe in Breaky can bring me to somewhere fun. Remember, Tira, after fishing you must pay taxes to your local dragoness? Of course! But what are the taxes though? What's the taxes for the dragoness?
Yeah, this was strange whirlpool. There was supposed to be fancy fish.
Strange whirlpool?
Oh, missed.
Oh, can we get into a whirlpool?
No, it's just for fishing. You're gonna drown if you're involved.
The fish.
You can spawn your fishing rod.
How do you... Oh, okay.
Yeah, that should be close enough.
I like it.
You get different fish here now.
Oh, and let me put my frog there. It's all good, Celeste.
Oh.
Yo! That's a dragon? Okay, have good dinner, Zuri.
Oh, no, it's falling into the water.
Heck yeah, have good dinner. Huge herring. Are you sure this is huge though?
For a herring, it's huge.
Alright, herring small. Two times luck? Breaky lucky? Having dragon lucky?
You get a pancake fish.
It sounds and looks delicious. My fishing is not working. Music is a little loud. What did I get? What is this? Turn it slightly down a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Yeah. I should reopen my lurk bait as well. It's not working, right? Moonrain music? I got lucky with the moonrain. Alright, let me reopen lurk bait. I love fishing too much.
Whoa! Galaxy of Alpha Fortuna.
Oh my god, shiny!
Looks shiny.
I'm so glad I know about this, like, this instance, or this world.
Another shiny fish.
That looks like a different shiny fish. I get a big fish. Marlin.
I got a zebra fish.
Oh my god, it's actually just a zebra. Oh yeah, let me check if the fish works. There we go, okay.
I might have to bring you home again soon to say, oh crap, I might have to actually go now.
Oh, it's okay, I can always ooh.
Whoa.
Spooky fish. Also, it's okay, I can always just drown and get back.
Drown.
Oh my god, I threw it backwards. Big
fish.
Big. What?
Shiny tiny cod. Ooh. Beauty. These fish are gonna sell for a lot more.
Nice. I can get shiny easier now. As a dragon, I'll just fly, says Breadhawk. Fair enough. It's okay. I can just drown and revive.
Gotta drive you back. That's the immersion.
No, drowning is fine. Oh my god, that was brekkie fish.
Yeah. Not as green as the radioactive one I fished, but it was also green.
Yeah, the radioactive one was great. Purple. Whoa. What the heck? Look shiny.
Pancake fish. Oh, you got a mini rainbow fish. That's cute. Oh, it's a seahorse.
Yeah.
Gay seahorse.
Gay seahorse.
Am I stuck? Oh yeah, I am.
Wait, can I fish like this? Oh. Well, Brekkie can drive us back whenever Brekkie wants.
Yeah.
I forgot how loud that is.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Only still fishing.
It's okay, just one more fish. Also, thank you, Bractal Command. A gift sub for Celeste Dragon? Oh my god. It's so funny and so cool looking at Dragon driving a boat.
Am I ahead or behind the boat for you? Because for me it always looks super glitchy.
Yeah, for me, you are ahead of the boat. Almost to the water.
Wait, what was that thing?
Ooh, what was what thing?
Oh, there's a piece of scrap for me here. 1 second, that's important.
Oh.
Also, yeah, we're at the island again. Probably just jump up here.
Ooh, what was the scrap for? The grass are too tall. Help. Okay.
Do we want to go to our old instance so we don't disrupt the stream?
I mean...
Oh, I just
I'm okay with like with streams and stuff, but it's just I don't know if it's like a little bit breaching the privacy for you too.
Fun. Oh, this is my first time seeing the model, by the way. Well, at least, person.
It is.
It's nice. You got your tail. Mine now.
I'm a bit tall right now. Let me make myself less tall.
Ooh. They're so heckin' adorable. I'm muted in game. They don't know what I'm saying. It's okay. Look at them. Oh my god.
Mossy relic. That's something for the Kobo. It's a mossy relic.
I want it. I cannot take it.
I can't give it to you, sadly.
Oh. It's moss and shiny. I couldn't get it.
This map is basically like web fishing, but beyond.
Yeah.
Tiny fish. Look at my tiny fish.
I want it. I want to eat it. I'm gonna eat the fish. I got a bigger one of it.
Long fish.
Really long fish. I have to smack something.
They're so cute though. What is this?
Frog.
Still got balance.
Hey, I'm getting better and better at throwing. It's throwing, not casting. Golden. Yep, this one's hard. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh my god, that was a tiny finch.
Oh, I'm getting juked. Real shark?
Look at a shark.
I got a shark.
What? Oh.
It's taller than you.
Why is it so... It's so long.
I cannot see how long this thing is. I'm too small.
Yeah, it's going into the ground. It's
Oh.
so long. It's longer than you are.
Oh yeah, it is very long. I have to jump.
It's like double your size.
Heck yeah, that's perfect.
Look at my brachyfish. Where did it fly to? Oh.
Oh.
I think brachyfish would be 5 times my size.
Brachy is the fish.
Brachy is the fish.
I got the wings. I can. I'm gonna use your wings as a blanket.
Yay. Alright, now that we got Mew from the beach, we can go to the... I wanted to go to the desert, because it's pretty there.
Are there other islands?
Looks like there is.
Gonna go ride the boat again. If you want.
I'll stay here and fish for now. I wanna get money and get a new rod. I'm here to give cuddles. Hey. Hi, Varix. Oh my god, thicken.
Do we want to go somewhere else?
I got another old relic piece. Oh my god, I'm getting better at throwing the line. Eat dragon. Gosh, they're so cute though. Miko. Oh yeah, where's my pet? There. Hog. What is this? Oh my god, I'm being eaten by this thing. Oh my god, this is actually harder. Why is this so difficult? I cannot see shit.
Oh, my box glitched out again.
Welcome
Just
back.
go through the map.
Yeah, we gotta try again.
You guys saw the void?
Yep.
The void is fun. Box fish? Why does this fish looks like it's sick? Look at that. I'm getting so good at throwing now. I'm the best. This is making me want to get a VR headset more than Beat Saber. I mean, I always wanted to play Beat Saber, but this one, I want to get a feel of actually like casting the fishing rod. Ooh. Beak. Beak. Oh my god, beak. How big is it? I think it's like bigger than I am. Yeah, bigger than I am. Nice. Oh my god. Breathtalk can throw that far? Holy shit. Maybe I need to do like a back and forth motion instead of like a circular motion to throw far. Like, oh. Did I just throw my frog? Is that shiny? Oh, shiny tiny. Mine. I think you guys are gonna like, to those who have my Steam friend. You're probably gonna see me in VR chat quite a lot lately. I feel like. And then people are gonna ask me, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm fishing. What? I'm fishing in VR chat. VR what now? VR chat fishing? Oh my god, it's another shiny box fish. Box fish. I'm feeling so good at throwing. I'm actually getting kind of hungry, but I want to fish more. I kind of want to fish more. Oh, lionfish. Ooh, that's a nice throw. I'm muted in game, so I'm not being obnoxious in game. Well, not obnoxious, but you know, I'm pretty sure people doesn't like, you know, me speaking constantly in a game. But in my own streaming space, that's totally fine. I'm pretty sure. Hey. Ooh. I'm small, so I have to jump, bro. I have to jump and release. Gray bear. Eee. It's not even shiny. That's a really nice tail though. I never really realized. Oh. Fluffy tail, flippy tail, you know, like a fish tail. So cool. I like tail. Oh, it's spooky nighttime now. I wonder if this game has like the logic of if it's like water, I can fish. Because I saw like a there's like a little pool in the middle of the place. Like right behind me, I think. Hey, I'm level 8. Like here. I'm pretty sure I can fish here, right? Different fish, maybe? Black shark minnow? It is a different fish. I can just spike it down. And dragon is here. Huge carp? Oh my god, it's huge. Holy, it's huge. Oh, that works. Oh my god. Wait, you can stand on tree? Oh my god, tree dragon? Eh. That's a weird throw. I guess we have a tree dragon and a rock bolt. Rock bolt. Ooh, blue. What? Oh my god, look. I wonder if I can get dragon attention. I mean, it would be like, I need to do this. Shiny. I got another gay fish. Oh. Legs.
If the bulb is a rockin', don't come a knockin' tile rack yip tile rack bongo.
Don't come? Thank you, legs. And cuddles? Cuddles you all? I call dips on the belly. I like dragon belly. Red melon discuss. Also, hope Lex is doing it. What a nice throw. Are you loving this fishing world? Obsessed. Like, I'm so hungry, but I want to fish more. fish ball. Not a lot of like fish variety in this little pool here. But I do get consistent like blue and green fish. In a way, that's good. Like, okay. Still tired but waking up slowly. Oh. Slowly wake up. It's fine. It's the weekend. I'm just getting a red melon discussed now. Oh. That works. I love how I can hide in the grass. Because I'm so small. I love being small. It's great. Oh my god, Urple. I got salt what fish? I can buy new new things, right? Not just the rod. This thing. What do you call this thing? Like the claw? No, the steel, the thing. A ball? A bobber? Oh, that's what it's called? Okay, I think I can buy a new bobber, right? Kobo fishing with dragon? Yeah. Very nice dragon. I like dragons so much. I mean, I'm just so glad that I can hang out in. I get to hang out in Celeste chat via chat group. Via chat group. Breen. Might be a little bit of a selfish reason, but I just like being surrounded by dragons. I do. It makes this little kobold happy as fuck. I like it. It's nice. Huge bream? I want to see if I can buy new things. Blue bobber, aquamarine line, carbon line, strength expertise +7, attraction rate +5, luck +5. Luck is good, right? Blue bobber. Oh my god! I'm rich! Holy heck, sell all! $2K. $10K, holy! $15K. 15k. So 15k is like the biggest, I think. I mean, not that I'm seeing anything else. Maybe unlocks more in the future. We'll reach. Let's buy this and the black line. Carbon line, sorry. I'm the best. Hell yeah, I'm gonna become so strong. Yeah. That's how we fish, baby. Nasty pink. There are much better rods on the other islands, but they're expensive as fuck. Ah, that's good to know. More incentive for me to fish more. I feel like what I have right now is a good start. Golden. Goliath tigerfish. And Goliath means it's like a beak, right? Oh. It feels a lot easier to throw my line. Is it because of the expertise and strength stat? Has to be, right? A huge black shark minnow. I wanna switch place to fish. Alright, where can I fish? I don't know. Why is that place spooky? I wanna fish on the rock. Oh, can we go there? Ooh. Nice. Wrist! Oh my god, hi! I'm alive. Oh, Wrist is alive. Welcome. I like fishing. Especially with tackle. Eh. And just vibing in VR? Nice. Heck yeah, good to know. I'm just fishing. I can only fish for a little bit more. I feel my stomach is growling. Wait. Oh, fish. Yeah. Ooh, what a throw. Get some noms and or rest? I should. What time's now? Ooh, 7:23. I guess I probably should, huh? But fishing, a huge northern pufferfish. Eh. Gulper eel? Oh, that's what it is. It looks so funny. Look at them, so cute. Old relic piece. Getting a bunch of old relic piece. Oh. 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 Nice. I didn't know you can just upgrade the auto pet. Hey. Hi, Crazy Bunny. Welcome. I'll fish for a little bit more. I'm going to be hungry. Kobo feels super hungry. Oh my god, this thing is straight from nightmares. On the butt too, holy shit. Oh. Unfortunate. How you doing? Pretty okay. Pretty happy. I'm very hungry. I should probably get food soon. Fish. Give me fish. Ooh. Now I don't need to play Stardew Valley anymore. Hey, one less wrong. Oh, Kafira, hi! Welcome. I'll make a chicken. Oh, that's a dragon.
Whoa.
Oh.
I found something crazy.
You found something cool? I got a seahorse. Oh my god.
Electric, huge, snapping turtle.
Oh, it's a snapping turtle? Oh my god. Can I steal it?
You can have fun with it.
I'm the snapping turtle. Look at me, I'm the snapping turtle. Pizza rolls? Been playing quite a lot of this game in VRC. Heck yeah. I just know about this one and now I'm playing it. This thing looks so stupid, I love it. I need to fish one of my own. Full? What do I do when the auto pad is full? Weird question, do we all play with strangers? The reason is because me and my brother are trying to promote him and other Switch streamers by playing together possibly. I don't... Yeah, I don't play with strangers. Because I'm already filled with anxiety even sometimes thinking about playing with someone that I know. This took me a lot of courage to like play with someone else, so... I don't really play with strangers, I'm scared. Yeah. what I do. Oh, maybe I have to go. Maybe I have to just go sell that. Oh yeah, of course. Thanks for understanding. Alright, stupid auto pet. Bounty, honey pot. I don't have honey pot. But I only have these. Hey.
Pissed, did you know that if you call Turla a good girl, she blushes like crazy? It's so cute. Give her a pet too and she'll pervic CAWW.
Oh, pet good. Is it still full? Oh my god, it is. What do I do? Maybe if I have to put it like close. Ah, okay. If you ever play games together someday, big wing cuddles. Wing cuddles sound good. Right, a few more fish, and then I'll call it a day. Maybe I'll fish more after dinner. Is this a relic piece again? I think so. I mean, it's brown. Mossy relic? Aha. Shiny. Oh my god, shiny. I didn't know, but I think I sold a shiny relic. Something. I mean, the relic was like very bright. Nobody say hello to you on VR chat myself? Oh, yeah. I mean, this is sort of like my first time actually streaming VR chat on stream. I never really played VR chat, if at all. Only recently that I started joining Celeste VR chat hangout group, and then I just like play a little bit more VR chat lately. And then this morning I was hanging out with them, and then they showed me this instance or world, and then I was like, oh my god, I love fishing way too much. And then the fishing mechanic is just like Stardew Valley. It's like, ooh. And then here I am. After not playing VR chat for 5 or 6 years, I'm back. Complete the NEV. Oh, Kobo relic full of moss. Yeah. Stone needlefish. Stone? So this one is the one that got me into VRC. I'm glad. Yeah, Celeste is amazing. How do I add Eevee? I'm a late bloomer to VR myself. Social anxiety is one problem I also had too. Yeah, social anxiety is like a huge thing. And then I also had like multiple bad experiences with VR chat hangout group back then, which doesn't really help. Kind of same for me, to be honest. I made a model and everything, but haven't even entered once. Yeah, like, I mean, there's no need to like force to join, you know. You join at your own pace. If you feel like it, you can join. If you don't feel like it, don't, right? Takes time. I better go in because it's a different kind of anxiety. Yeah. It's not like hangout kind of anxiety. It's like, I don't know how to say it. It's, can I say second hand? No, it's not. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. You saw Gravity? Yeah, Gravity used to invite me a lot. But there were too many people there, so...
You can get a lot of pets though if you are in VR.
Free head pet. Look at it. Definitely a peak VR experience.
How's your fishing going?
Very nice. Look, I got new rod and blue.
Nice.
Bobble? I think that's called bobble. Yeah. And a new
remember.
line.
Yippee.
Yippee. Also, I'm trying to add Evie.
Kobo.
I'm gonna get fished. I gotta eat. Green lamp? Social fears do wind up actually happening more often than that, sadly. So I'm a bit selective for who I... Oh yeah, that's definitely... definitely very understandable, right? It's always like nice to hang out with hang out with a selective people that you trust and feel comfortable with. That's always nice. Okay, this has to be Breen. Friend request. So yeah, that's very understandable. Don't know why it's got that model, but that's you. Okay. And then EEVOs. Everyone has like name with numbers. Even I have one, but I don't even know that I have that. And then Kalfira. Oh. Fire. Oh, Kalfira doesn't have one. I have though, it's so weird. Is my name getting used by other people? Look at that dragon, oh my god. Amazing dragoness. Right. See? Like if I search my name, it's who the fuck? Hiya. Apanya. What this? I don't understand why got this one back check, honestly. Why am I so mad about this? I don't know. I don't even know who this is. Anyways, let's fish a little bit more. The Kobo making friends. I'm surprised. I'm usually so quiet and not approachable, I think. I don't know. Maybe I just like dragons a bit too much. Common stingray. Ooh. Jump. I'm too short. I have to jump. I so love the physics of like when you get a fish and then it's just flings around. I'm getting purple all the time now. Well, not all the time, but a lot of purple. Excited, reach level 10? I am the best. It's crazy. is my auto pet full? Almost. Oh, that's not full, that's just like capturing one fish. Oh my god, why is it slanted? Why is it slanted? Hey, more seahorse.
Evie.
Oh. Hi.
Say hi.
Where's Evie? Oh. I was like, Brecky said hello Evie. I had to look back and then there's an Evie behind me. Hello. Look at the Evie. Oh, Evie big. Tiny mackerel. We have to jump into VRC someday to do some fishing in this world again. Sounds good. Oh my gosh, that's not Evie, that's Sylveon. Oh yeah, right, that is a Sylveon, but different color. Evie not gonna fish? No fishing?
No fish.
Okay. Look at my frog go. It's catching fish so fast. I'm gonna catch so many fish, I'm gonna become a rich millionaire. Hey. That's not how I cast. A rich millionaire. I mean, once my frog is like full, I can just jump down, collect it. Burning mackerel. Oh my god. Shiny. How is there like a burning fish? It's okay, don't question it. If the game says it's a burning fish, that's the burning fish, yeah? And don't worry about it. Hey. Oh. Wow, now Evie is tiny. Small.
Oh.
Eve. Oh yeah, I can fish until my auto pet is full again. And then... Oh. And then I'll just go get food then. Oh my god. That looks crunchy. I want it. Oh my god, I have to lock in. It's red. Oh my god, red. Ooh. Hey, oh, wow, wow, wow. Hey, walao, hey, ninja sia, walao. Okay, okay. Red dart fin? I'm the best, holy shit. That's good enough. I can't even see where the thing is.
But it's Stardew fishing?
It is.
Hey, hate that.
Oh, you hate that?
Yes. I'm no good at it.
Oh. I guess in time you get used to it, maybe?
Maybe.
I love Stardew fishing too much, but there's a time constraint with Stardew Valley, so I don't play Stardew anymore. But this one, perfect. Negative? Negative? Oh my god, wait, you have golden teeth? Look at this guy, look at the golden teeth. Hi. Nice catch, heck yeah. We keep playing the same file after the 3rd year because there's more stuff. I know there's more stuff, but it's just, I really don't like that I have to go back at 2 AM every day. Or else I'll just like, or else I'll faint. I really don't like that. It's like I'm being rushed to do things every day. I don't like box fish. Hey. Oh my god.
Tile rack bongo.
Tile rack bongo.
Get on Tile rack.
What? What? Oh my god, red. I have to lock in. Lock in. Wait. Thank you, Nexus. Oh my god, tekken. Whoa. Oh yo. Mati dah aku. Oh yeah. I'm getting a groove now. That's right. Oh shit. No, wait. Hey. Oh, it's the same one. Thank you, Nexus. 30 months. Oh my god. Thank you.
Pretty fish you got.
I got the mega fish. Also, I hope Nexus is doing good. Welcome. Many dragon. Oh, blast huge blobfish. It's just white. I got a white fish. Oh my god. It's just a ghost. And the black orange duck. Oh yeah, this is Johnny. Or Bread Talk as I always address Johnny. Amazing dragon. Many amazing dragon. Doing good. Nice, good to know. Oh. That's Eevee now, right? It's not Sylveon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I'm in Eevee.
Nice.
With an Umbreon hoodie.
Hoodie's always comfy.
Hoodie.
Oh my god, purple. Purple
Yeah,
pink.
that's pink.
It's okay, close enough. Dragon? Oh my god, it's actually my fish. It is Tira fish. Oh my god. We have Brecky fish and now we have Tira fish. Love that.
It's good.
Frilled shuck. Texture not found. That's two. that too. Shuck. It's the missing texture. This nice fishing world. I know, it's so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I've been introduced to this world. Like, I always want to play a lot of wet fishing, but it's like the game feels scary to play because of the hacker issue. So it's like I stopped playing. Like, people can join solo instances. Like, that alone I cannot handle. Like, that's a no-no in my book. So I stopped playing wet fishing entirely. I don't feel comfortable playing the game like that. Hey. The seasoned angler. Oh, I might catch 100 fish now. Yeah, I'm grinding a solo instance myself. Nice. I feel like I'm probably gonna do that a lot now that I know about this world. people are gonna look at me. It's like, oh my god, what? These Kobo playing VR chat? Wow. And then people are gonna ask me like, what am I doing? It's like, I'm fishing. Jingle keys, ew. I love Gulper Eel. Look at this dumb little thing. Gulper Eel looks so dumb. I love it. It's funny how I have to jump to throw my line because I'm too small. I'm too small. Look at my frog. My frog is doing its best. Hey. Oh. Oh my god, Zeus! Oh, I didn't know you were streaming. Hi, Zeus. Wait, let me catch this fish real quick. Oh, thank you, Brie. Look at that cool dog, oh my god. What were you playing? How was the stream? How was Dota? Got any win? Also, welcome in Raiders from Zeus. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Was lurking in Zeus' stream? Didn't get a chance to say hi. Oh. It's okay, you can always say hi now if you want. I like the shiny line though. Purple. Radioactive. Oh my god, it's Bracky fish. If you ever see a strange pool out there, go for it. It doubles both mutation rate and your luck stat. Oh. Strange pool, huh? Is it like a strange pool, like a random happening on it around the map? Like a... Oh, okay. I will try to keep an eye out on strange pool. Ah, golden. I need the golden. Oh, is this gonna be another fruit shark, I think? Heck yeah, I'm a prophet. Change so many streams and don't get a chance to say hi to half of them. Yeah, I also lurk on a bunch of streams as well. Not while I'm streaming though, or else my PC will explode. But usually during nighttime after I stream, and then I'll just like open up a bunch of tabs, lurking at them. And then I'll try to interact with all of them, but usually it's like, eh. Usually it doesn't really happen. But if I can interact with most of them, it always makes me happy. Oh! A gay fish. PC explain means you can get one from PC? No, I'm already hot as fuck. There's no need. My favorite are Strange and Midas pools. Oh. Midas is gonna be like golden, no? The Midas pool is especially funny since a friend brings the DRG dwarf every time too. Oh, DRG dwarf? I just played DRG, oh my god. I play a bunch of DRG and then playing this one now. But DRG dwarf. Hey. We're rich. Oh my god, red? I have to lock in again? Wait, this is the red, whatever that fish is, right? Oh, 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 walao ninja. Oh yeah, oh yeah? You want up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down?
That was an interesting auto mode.
Interesting what I didn't hear. I'm locking in. Hiya, this stupid fish is here. Ooh, red dark bean. I just deleted 2 games and now have 20. Wait, 210 gigabytes back? Holy shit, those are some huge 2 games. It's not full yet. Nom. My pretty fish can get nommed. Oh my god. Alright, I'll fish one more time. I think it's impossible to wait for the little auto pet to get full. Monster was one of them. Oh, it's Wilds that big? I feel like Wilds is like... Oh, it's 140. Holy shit. Yeah, it's big. I thought Wilds is like... 75 or 90 something? Oh, look at the color. Oh, that's a nice color.
The trans flag one.
That's a really nice color. Oh, I did unmute myself. It's okay. I don't know if Evie's on stream. Wilds added so much more content, so it's over 100 gigabytes now. Holy! Yeah.
Very good.
Sorry, why you got cut off?
Very good go, I think.
Oh.
Right. I suppose I could bring the microphone closer. Like,
Maybe.
get right up in your ear and whisper, saying, "You're a good girl."
Uh-oh. One last fish. I don't think I can wait for my auto pet to get like full fish because I'm feeling a bit dizzy and I don't think that yo. Well, we found Tira fish. I found my fish. Mine's so small. How do I? Oh yeah. Show off. Oh no. guess the fish is gone now. Really? It's fucking raw! Oh my god, Chef Ramsay, not like this. It's supposed to be raw. I don't want to cook it. Okay, did I just say last fish? I lied. God damn it. I cannot keep doing this. I'm so hungry. No. Okay, last one. For real, for real. Huge new. What? Hello? That fish is just gone. It's okay, it's okay. Dragon can get many fish. I tried joining you, but I can't see you online. I think it has to be because I'm logging in with my VR chat account instead of my Steam account. So I have to add you here so that you can join me. I'm pretty sure anyway. If you want, I can add you. Oh, when it's full I cannot collect it. Oh, if it's not full I cannot collect it. Hi. That works. And I think you can just... I think you can join after. Or like immediately. Or whenever you want. Knock. The rest is fine. Yeah, the rest is fine. Nice. This looks like such a well-made world. I know it is. I was gushing about it so much too because I always wanted a fishing game. And then it's always like missing this or missing that, but this one seems to scratch that itch really well. So here I am playing it on VR chat. Alright, so oh no fucking I'm rich. Holy shit, I'm rich. God damn. I can just buy the best rod. Metallic 55, max weight 1000. 10, 15, quick catch rate +5. Oh, no luck, just pure strength expertise. Mushroom. Telescopic rod, here we go. Telescopic rod. I don't think I see telescopic rods anywhere, unless they are being hidden. Is there a hidden rod somewhere? Hey you. Oh. A saw? I guess I'm not buying a telescopic rod. You know, I always have good luck, but... Oh, I assume max weight means the biggest fish that I can get? Essentially this one means that I can get a lot more, no? That's Evie behind, but it's being blocked by telescopic rod. Oh, telescopic rod! Oh, telescopic rod! Wow! Gosh, I don't know how to read. Holy shit! Well, telescopic rod, here we go. I mean, I wanted to get the 2005 kilograms, so why not, right? Boom! My tail? Yeah, look at that tail, it's so nice. I love tail like that. And then look at that Eevee. And then look... Holy void bird! Holy void bird, it's so good, holy shit. Oh, let me check the thing before I end the stream. Bird! Oh my god, it's void bird. So cool. You sell boats, right? Ooh. I'm just being sucked into the void. Well, I have a canoe now. Canoe? Customize? What? Spawn. Oh my god. Am I too small? Kinda reminds me of bird from Natural Habitat. Eevee noise is very loud. I'm too small. What if I drive? How do I drive? I'm being drowned actually. What? This is so big. That bird looks so stupid. I love it. Oh, I'm rowing. Oh, I'm rowing. I cannot look behind me. Where did the bird go? Why is it so scary? Alright. I hope everyone doesn't get glitched out. I'm gonna roll the boat, alright? Nice, okay, good. No, oh. I'm going. I cannot see what... No, R. Quick action, average... Oh, sorry. Let me become bigger for now, okay? Let me go to my real height. I'm silly. Ooh, okay. I can see now. Alright. I still cannot see behind me. Alright, where are we going? We go to the lighthouse. That's so scary. I'm just gonna stare at Zeus while I roll the boat. It's fine. Imagine this is a real life situation where you roll the boat and then someone sits in front of you like this. How would you react though? If it's a void burp like this, I wouldn't be as scared. But but if it's another human, then I would actually freak out. Alright, we reached the place, I think. Right, one last food. I cannot get. Alright, one last fish. For real this time. With my new telescopic rod. And my new canoe. It's canoe, right? Canoe? I don't know. Canoe. Ooh, that's a never seen before color. Good. Oh my god, muffin!
Hello.
Hello. Come to join us fishing?
Oh, you got tall.
Yeah, because I needed I needed to drive the
Big Kobo.
I needed to drive the thing. Alright, let me read. go back to my canon height.
My Zeus is broke. Hello. Hello, Zeus.
Love the bird.
Where's Whirly? Oh,
Whoa, oh my god. It's okay, I'm pretty sure that's how you drive it.
Whenever you drive the boat, you're just like floating either in front of it or behind it. That's funny.
Why do you guys leave me? I was talking to you guys. And you guys just
I cannot wait to get my own speedboat. I need food. Alright, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Ooh, pollock. I got the pollock. I'm gonna go get food. I'm hungry. Yeah. Dragon. Sylveon, not Evie.
I was gonna say I'd give you a hug, but I guess I cut out.
It's okay.
Hug.
This is good enough. And then the bird. I wanna clone this avatar. Can I use that? Can I use the bird? I wanna steal. Who's the bird for? Oh, okay, it's okay. But right, I'm gonna leave now. I'm sure Brecky understands. Bye bye Zeus. Bye bye Bretok. Look at the dragon. Alright, I'm gonna look at the dragon while here hitting him.
Good Kobo, pat pat.
Bye bye now. Bye bye Kafara. I need to find a right target. And also open up music. It's too quiet. I don't like it. But also, hi Tiger. Was fun? Heck yeah. It was super duper nice. Playing fumbling in Deep Rock Galactic Hazard 5 and then also fishing together. Very, very fun. Hope you had a good time in stream today. Heck yeah, I had a very good time in stream today. Thanks for streaming, thanks for being here. I actually cannot believe that I got back into Deep Rock Galactic. Not after I got scared. I mean, I got scared pretty harshly 2 years ago. That's why I kind of stopped playing Deep Rock Galactic to its entirety. And I saw Gaetan play it on stream, and I was like, oh my god, game looks fun though, and I could be a Kobo. I was like, I got back to it today. It's kind of fun. I like it. So long as I don't get like, I mean, 2 years ago, it's pretty much like, because it's the first time me playing a scout, and then there were multiple people in chat back then, not anymore, right? Back then, they were like shouting at me. It's like, you use the thing. You're not running away as a scout. You use your grappling hook to go away from the horde and keep shooting. Why, why you're not jumping around and shooting? Like, oh my god, chill, Brotan. It's my first time playing scout. It's like, hi. Like, there were too many people shouting at me, and it's like, shit, man. So it's like, that scared me off. But it's fine now. Oh, because I'm great rest. Thank you, Varix. I think it's holy shit, it's 8:14 p.m. Hi. There's definitely a learning process for the game. Solo play is usually good starting off, especially on the lower hazard level. Yeah, I think I know a little bit, like the basics of the basics. Like, I think that's alright, right? I think I start up slow, right? So with that knowledge, I try to get into like hazard. I believe I was playing hazard 4. I can't remember actually. Or hazard 3, and then I was struggling with scout, and then that's when I got shouted at. Right, so it's like, I guess. That was back then though, because now I feel like if people were to do that to me, I'll just ban them. Look, I was still like 1-2 years in streaming. I was afraid of banning people, but now not so much anymore. So. TY for stream, have a great one. Thank you, but and thanks for hanging around too. That's so cool to do the new player. Yeah. But now it's like whenever people wants to like backseat or something like that, I'll usually warn them first, and then if they keep going, then yeah, bet. I'm the streamer. I can ban people. Hiya, pa. Hiya. Get banned. Hammer to your head. Ah. Something like that. So yeah, I'm not too. As a level. That's a level. I think I'm level. What was my level again? 35, right? That's close enough. Like, what? Times 10, 20, 32, like 32, 63, 94, 35, 36, 18, times 58 something? It's not that far off, right? It's only, what, 35? Bye bye, Brecky. It's nice seeing you in VR chat. Very heckin' adorable. And I got some free pets too. Love for the game? I can definitely see that, yeah. I think Brad Talk was also like very, very high leveled. I forgot what Brad Talk level was, but it's also 4 digits, yeah. Very, very cool. Being carried by Draken. Great. Don't know my level, but nearly 3k hours. Holy hecky. The only game that I have passed 1,000 hours is Monster Hunter World. That's it. I like Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter good. I like Monster Hunter. I feel like I've seen this dragon before. Oh, wait, so let's raided them before, I think. How do you pronounce that name? Tremere? Tremere Winter, I think. Ooh, I can raid the dragon. I want to raid a dragon. Apparently my most time played is 7 days and it's only 400 hours. Hey, 400 hours is pretty impressive. It's pretty good. my 1K is like too much of an obsession, I feel like. How do you check my most is it for my profile? Profile. Oh, I mean, there's also lurk bait Twitch fishing, but that's cheating. Lurk bait, I have 1,700 hours, but again, that's cheating. That's not real. That's just like a stream thing. Wait, elaborate and sort by playtime. Ooh, okay. Sort by. I got bird. I don't see sort by playtime. I don't know. It's okay. But I'm fairly certain that my most played game is Monster Hunter World. And then second would be... second one would be Ark Survival Evolved. Yeah, I used to be obsessed with the game as well. I think that one is 900 something? Possibly, maybe. Maybe it's a mobile thing. Ooh, never thought of that. Maybe. And then, oh, Dragon Pet. Oh my god. I guess we can raid a dragon. Yeah. I'm gonna raid to Tremere Winter. I feel bad. I feel like I'm butchering everyone's name. Wait. It's okay. We're gonna raid to a dragon who's playing Shape of Dreams. Okay. Alright, let me... Gummy worm. I could eat that. Hungry Bold. Right, let me plug my things real quick. I have coffee, and coffee helps. Coffee good, coffee nice. Help pay the bills and stuff. So, yeah. And then I'm gonna let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Very cool, Bernie. And then I also have a Discord channel. Thanks, Bernie. Discord good and Discord... Well, I wouldn't say Discord good. Discord is actually stinky right now, but still, I announce my stream stuff over there. I'm not too sure what other platform I can or want to use for this. I'm not too sure yet, but maybe I'll find an alternative if things go really bad. But for now, I think I'll still keep using Discord. So yeah, I announced my stream stuff over there. There's also Dragon Simping Corner because I like dragons too much. Nah, one can never love dragon too much. Why am I even saying? Dragon nice, right? But essentially, Discord is where I announce my stream stuff. Stream starts, delays, no stream, right? It's all there. I don't think there's anywhere else where I announce stuff like these. So, yeah. Dragon very... I don't know how to talk anymore, help. Right message. Wow. I'm gonna ask the dragon for uppies. I kinda wish I can get uppies in VR chat. I don't even know if it's possible. But then there are some options says that allow grabbing. Does that mean that I'm gonna get grabbed? Would be very fun though, I feel like. Maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I can update my model a little bit so that I can make it work. Who knows, right? I don't know. But for now though, I'm gonna raid out, gonna get some food, get some rest. So let me type in the raid to raid. We are Tremere Winter. I'll snatch you. Oh my god, heck yeah. Being snatched by a dragon, perfect. Would you go for all the upbeats? I do love upbeats a lot. I think they're still streaming, I think. They've been going on for 6 hours now. It feels like they are... It feels like they're still preparing for the next run in the Shape of Dreams. I'm just gonna raid out and it's fine. I'm hungry. Okay, so before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. Alright? And here comes the raid to... I'm gonna nail it this time. Premier Winter. Look at that. I'm the best. Bah. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Bye Tierra. Bye Black Talk. It was real nice. Heck yeah. Kobo very, very happy. Kobo feels special too. Did I copy the thing? I did, right? Oh yeah, I totally did. Just wanted to make sure. Thanks for the pet. Many pet. Many. Very happy Kobo noises. I'll wait for the time. Ooh. I'll wait for the timer to count down, as I always do. Sometimes I don't, but that's a very rare case. I wonder what I want to do tomorrow. I mean, I could continue playing ODST. Maybe. I could. Maybe I can play some ODST and then fish again. Oh my god, that would be nice. We'll see, because I don't know if ODST is gonna be longer still. I'm not too sure, but we'll see. Tomorrow we'll play ODST. If we have more, if we have some spare time, we could play some VR chat. So fishing again. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Love y'all.